Third time's the charm.
Right, third time's the charm. Welcome back, everybody. Um, I hope there's no delay in voices. Can you hear me on point?
So
So
far, so
far,
good.
So far, so good. All right. Um, yeah. So let me get back to. Oh my goodness. I got a problem.
What now?
No, I'll just let that one go. Oh man. Give me a sec. There we go. I did it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the screen of my computer. All right. It doesn't work. All right. So back to the questions here. You left. It was about emotions and temporal lobe epilepsy. I don't know if there's a connection between it, and I think the person was asking that. Jeff, do you have any emotions
yeah,
you think are
yeah,
more emotional during, like for me, watching movies? Never get emotional. I used to be the one that laugh at it. Now I'm the one quiet sometimes in the corner, like hope nobody sees that tear going down my face. But yeah. Are you
I
more
cry
emotional,
over
Jeff,
I
or
cry
less?
over everything. It just if I'm watching TV and a character on the show dies, I cry. Um, and like you, I used to. Who cared? It was a stupid character on a TV show.
Right.
But ever since then, uh, I don't know. If it's the epilepsy, it's the meds. Because I know some of them supposedly they make you more emotional. But I just cry over everything.
Same. Crying even
You.
when I don't want to cry. Um, is it normal that I'm too much happy on Kepra? Hello, I recently got officially diagnosed with epilepsy this Wednesday, even though I knew for a while that I've had it. After almost a year since it begun, I can finally have a treatment to ease my pain. My neuro told me about Kepra rage, but I have like the exact opposite of that. Things that used to bother me don't even annoy me anymore. I'm overly joyous. Uh, like I'm just happy to be happy 24/7. It's quite annoying since I would love to have another human emotion beside being constantly happy, but it feels better than when I was depressed 24/7 before taking Keppra. Also, I've gotten a pretty big appetite for men, if I can put it this way. Is this normal? Big appetite for the men. Um, I could say, I guess that's normal. Everybody's body is different. I know people who are on Keppra who don't have a problem with it. I know people who are on it who can't get off of it because the doctor said so. Do you guys think normal to be too happy on Keppra?
Did the exact opposite to me.
Okay, there's no delay in my voice here, right?
No,
Oh,
doesn't
nice.
seem to
Great.
be.
Amazing. I was going to use my AirPods, but I was like, yeah, if it's going good, let it be.
No, if,
So,
if he's good with Kepra, stay with it. I mean,
right.
it like Andrea, I had a terrible reaction to it, but everybody's different.
Yeah,
Some
because
people do great on it.
I've heard people say, I've heard people come here and say that they don't have a problem with it and that it works good. They didn't say they're not having seizures. They said it works good for them. I don't know what that means, just good for them. But yeah, people had to go be happy on Kepra. It's all the mind state. Is it a mindset or mind state? Uh,
Mindset.
Mindset. There we go. Um, the first comment here says, "Yeah, it's normal. It's selection bias. You don't hear people who are perfectly happy on their medications complaining on Reddit about side effects. Keppra is actually one of the more effective medications, plus Briviact just went generic, so that's pretty exciting. Super happy it's working for you." Another comment here says, "Not me, but my 5-year-old started Keppra last Thursday. I'm completely new to everything epilepsy. We're switching meds right now, but he definitely had a lot of rage to start, especially directed towards his dad and sibling. He made some really scary comments, but now he's like giggly, overjoyed, very affectionate, lots of hugs and kisses to the point that it's inappropriate with non-family members when we've been out in public. He still has some moments of rage though." Did she say how old that kid was? Oh, a 5-year-old. It's okay for that 5-year-old to be kissy huggy. He has about 1 or 2 more years where he's going to school, and then he doesn't want the hugs. Like my son, he didn't want it all in front of his friends. So when I give him hugs, he started doing this one day. I was like,
The
oh
side hugs.
no, he put the dap out. I was like, really? Okay, this is what we're doing now. And
At
yeah,
least when the friends are around.
right. I walked away and I was thinking about it. It was on my mind. I'm like, oh wow, my son didn't want a hug, and I was kind of like, why am I bothered by it? Maybe it's because his friends are there, and yeah, that's how it happened every day after that. Dropping off at school, we're gonna see you later. Uh, yeah. Well, the mom, like you, could be huggy and kissy with your kid because, well, I don't know if girls start liking their space. How'd that go for you?
My daughter still hugs me. My son does not.
Okay.
I mean, if I want a hug, he would give me a hug, but I don't bug him about it because he doesn't just automatically come over and give me a hug. But my daughter, like every time I see her before she leaves, she comes and gives me a hug. So
All right. Um,
I would
Jeff,
say it's probably your son's age.
come again?
I'd say it's probably your son's age.
Oh no, he started this around the age of 6 to 7. That's what I'm. That's why I'm telling her, get the hugs in that you can now while he's 5, because I noticed the difference once dropping off at school and he has friends and you want to give hugs. Yeah, they grow out of those hugging phases. So I see what this person is saying, but get ready. Eventually, you're gonna have to say, "Just a hug." I was like, "Really? Just a hug?" Hey, James, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? How about you? How's your finger doing? I haven't texted
Thumbs
you in a
up.
bit.
Pun intended. Uh, it's a thumb, put like that. It's there.
Like, is it feeling better or what? Like,
Did you ever go get your shoulder looked at?
I wasn't going to talk about it, but then James brought it up. So
well, of
now
course
we're
I
here.
am, dude. I want to know how you're doing. Like, what?
I'm good. I'm
You're
keeping
acting like
honest
it's a
with you
bad
guys.
thing.
I did not go get my finger or arm checked on. I've been sleeping on the right side, and I keep my front finger in front of me because my left shoulder hurts. So then it's like this. I can't lay on my
That,
back because
you
it
know,
feels like my arm can't hang next to me when I lay on my back. Um, yeah.
yeah, but that's tough because when you're asleep, like
This
you
is
don't
not
fully have
swollen. I don't know why this isn't swollen, but this is from here down is swollen here. Uh,
that might be like where it's cracked, injured, or maybe it's the joint or something. I don't.
I mean, I can move it and twist it and turn it, but it hurts. But
Uh,
I can do it, so I don't know if it could still be broken.
uh, yeah, maybe severe. I don't know. Severely injured. I don't know what the right term would be because it's been what, a week at least,
Mm,
or
Monday would be
Week
two
and a
weeks.
half.
yeah. See,
Ah,
that's what I was gonna say is that's it's tough if you can't like sleep or lay in one position because once you're asleep, you don't fully, I don't know what the right term is. You don't fully have control of your body, right? You're asleep, so you might twist and turn and lay on some part, and then you're gonna wake up, you're gonna get bad sleep. And I know I'm sounding negative, but I'm just thinking of of like the stuff that's, happened to me
oh, right.
sometimes during seizures and how it's, sore for a few days. I just, if it's almost 2 weeks, then yeah, that's pushing it on how long the injury is,
I
in my
honestly
opinion.
thought I was
I'm not
stronger
a
than
doctor.
I never really paid attention to healing process times. I always just kept going because I most of the time was alone. So it was just
Yeah.
like you gotta get up and go. Uh, I was like
I mean,
Andrea, just get up and go. Live alone. I wasn't living alone, but I was alone a lot. So
yeah.
uh,
Well, that's what I'm thinking too, is like if I've like injured like my hand, I don't know, like a month ago or so, I fell down. I crashed on my bike and like the middle right in here was so sore. Like I could barely bend my hand, and I'm right-handed, so I could barely like grip stuff with it. And I was like, this is broken, or like something has to be cracked, blah, blah, blah. But it was only, I'd say maybe a week, 5 days or so before I could finally like, hold a pen again to write. And it hurt so bad the first couple days. I thought it was, yeah, I was about to go get it x-rayed. So if you're still hurting after, a week and a half, 2 weeks, that's why I'm saying I think you might have a little bit more of a injury than just a bruise, basically. But like I said,
something.
that's my opinion on just past stuff. I am not a
No, I think
doctor,
like
know
that too.
anything about it.
I've thought that exact thing. Something might be wrong under there, but I'm
Yeah,
always doing something. It's like time doesn't. I don't have the time for a lot of the stuff that I should do. Um,
yeah, I feel you on that one for
do what I
sure.
need to
'Cause
do, and a lot of the times my finger isn't the bother until I got to sleep with it and lay on it and find places to lay on it and stuff like that. Or like today, I don't know what was wrong today, but my mother had to button my shirt. I could only do the top two. After that, I
that's
can't
that's
squeeze
that's a
this.
lot, man. That
You never
that
know
that's
how much you need this
understandable.
thumb until you got to use it
Yeah,
like this. And
and
yeah, I could only do the top, but then I was like, no, the rest that's too much. They hurt. I'm done. I'm cool.
and two, sometimes like just because of how backed up like doctors' offices are, like a lot of times you'll be like, I need to get an x-ray, and then they're like, oh, the next appointment is 2 weeks out, and then by the time like all that other time passes, you're like, oh yeah, I can move it now, it's all fine, no big deal. Like you don't even need that appointment because they push it back so far. So that can be annoying as well.
um, Any advice, James, for someone newly diagnosed?
Um, Ooh, I well, I was gonna say, first of all, don't drive. um, and also make sure you, or whoever that is, makes some appointments, sees a doctor, doesn't just, put it off. Because like I've, told you guys before, when I first had one, they were only like a year apart, so I didn't think it was any big deal. I'm just like, whatever, I'll keep driving, keep going to school and work, and not thinking it's a serious thing, just kind of think like, oh, it happened once. It's like having a cold and I'll be over it and it's done. Whoever that person is should, yeah, make sure they take it seriously, get stuff checked out, and don't let it go on too long.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Is that the starter today?
No, I was just going to say that to you. The icebreaker is what's something you're grateful for that once caused you pain?
Uh, for me, like literal pain, I would say I'm grateful that my pancreas has been much better. I haven't had a hospital stay or an ER visit for that in a few years, whereas it used to be multiple times a year. I mean, if I like ate, like some deep fried food and chugged it down with a beer, I'd aggravate it. But at least now I can, have a beer here and there, and it doesn't cause any pain. I'm not, throwing up, running, needing to run to the ER and everything. I told you guys, yeah, maybe it's been 5 now. Shit. But anyway, a handful of years ago, I twice had what's it called? Endoscopic something. Basically, it's like almost a surgery. They knock you out and they stick a camera all the way down until it gets into your pancreas so they can see if there's damage to it or something like that. I had 2 in a year. That same year, I don't even remember now, a handful of hospital stays. I had my gallbladder removed. It was for a few years, it was really, really bad. And I haven't had even an ER visit for that issue in a few years. So I'm grateful for that, because that's insanely painful. I don't take my morphine anymore, whereas I used to be taking like 4 or 5 pills like at a time, and then a couple hours would go by and I'm like, fuck, these wore off, I need to take more. And it sucked. Yeah, sorry, that was a long rant, but it was, yeah, something
All
my
right.
I've dealt with for, a couple decades. So yeah.
Um, have you ever had a nocturnal seizure?
Were you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few in the middle of the night. Like I've mentioned, my couple sets of like sheets and a couple pillowcases I have um like, good sized blood spots on them from, like, biting my tongue, biting my lip, and then, doing that. And it's the middle of the night, so my parents are asleep, so they didn't exactly hear it. One time I literally fell off of the edge of my bed and I woke up on the floor and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So yeah, I want to say at least like 5 or 6 or so. Yeah, I don't remember the exact number, but yeah, a few.
Okay.
And one of them and I had one in the or two of the 3 that I had when I was in the hospital for my EMU, were in the middle of the night.
Uh,
So,
um,
yeah.
I got something here for you. Just me and you. We're gonna have a little fun with these. These are a couple that I read earlier that I thought were interesting. Um,
All right.
I don't know how your monetary situation is, but it says being rich and having epilepsy. Hi, rich people have read it. How does it feel to be rich and have epilepsy? That's a genuine question. Are there any cures or special treatments that poor people don't have access with? I'm pretty curious since I know that for a lot of diseases, it goes that way. And that one actually
Hmm.
makes a lot of sense and made me curious because
Yeah.
some of those
Not.
people that have doctors, family doctor, or family neurologist, or
Mhm.
someone specific to take care of all that stuff that knows what they're doing, which that could be good. And then some people could be like, okay, the healthcare in this hospital is bad. So now we got one in another country. You know, they have the means to go to another country if they think the healthcare is better. So there's that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, maybe, yeah, maybe a different medical facility, or sometimes people, when I had a different medical coverage a few years ago, there was one medication the doctor was like, "Oh yeah, here, just go get this one. We'll try you on a new one." And then I went to the pharmacy and they ended up telling me it was like, I can't remember the exact number, but it was over $200, and that was just a 30-day supply. It was like 203, 205, like just a little bit over, but still, I was just like, what? I'm not working right now because I have epilepsy, and you're expecting me to pay $200 a month for this? Like, what am I supposed to do? So I would say some people, depending on your medical coverage, you might not be able to afford your medication. So that might be a difference money wise. I wouldn't, yeah. For this person, yeah, there's no specific like cure or anything for it, but maybe, a certain surgery, having the VNS thing put in, that would probably be expensive if you don't have the right medical coverage too. So yeah, it just really depends on your coverage, where you're living, smaller things like that. But I wouldn't say, like, even if you had $1 million, there's not something specific that can be done,
that you
unless
know of.
there's something that I haven't heard about or that I've missed. But I think I've heard about most of the stuff out there, had, doctors tell me all the different options, and I haven't heard of anything that money would magically, fix, right?
Mm. Money would fix a lot for me right now.
Well, yeah, other things,
I
but
get a
yeah,
seizure
you know what
soon.
I mean.
Like
Yeah,
my
having a ton of money is good, because then if you're having constant seizures, then it's easier to not work, right? Or rely on a family member to take care of you or something like that. But yeah, that still isn't going to fix your condition.
okay, I got something here. I know us can relate to this. It says, well, I'm not gonna say we could all relate to this because maybe you can't. But us three, we are alone. I put it like that. So it says, dealing with loneliness. It's been more than a month since my first seizure, and at first my friends were understanding, but as time passed, I feel like I'm getting radio silence. Wow. For more context, I'm a med student and we're preparing for exam season. And I understand that everyone is busy and won't have the capacity to engage with me in a conversation, especially surrounding chronic illness and the emotional burden. But I feel alone and I'm carrying this burden by myself. And it hurts me more because I live alone and my friends live alone.
Oof.
And I know how it feels to some capacity to be homesick. Is it irrational to wish my friends were a bit more curious and ask how I am in general rather than just about exams or when they need something? No, you're not being irrational.
No,
Uh,
not at all. I
yeah, I wish everyone could be more knowledgeable to it.
yeah.
My
I
mother's
mean,
learning. I've had it 20 years, and now that I live with her, uh, she's learning slowly but surely. No rush. I'm not gonna rush her to it, but yeah, I feel like it's great. She's taking on the little bit that she does hear me talk about. Sometimes I say stuff out loud just so she does hear it and know.
I feel that way too. I know I've probably said, or I have said this before. My ex-wife just like always acted like she literally told me, she's like, you're a burden to everyone around you. And I'm like, what like, why did you marry me then if you think I'm a fucking burden? Like, I had, like, it wasn't as often, but I had multiple seizures before we, got together and got married. Like, if it was that big of a deal, then why did you get together with me? So it's, yeah, I can understand the loneliness. But for that person too, if they're, I mean, everybody has just like, friend, or what you would say is a friend, like somebody at work for a couple years, or somebody you see in all your classes. But if they're like a deep, true friend, then you should feel comfortable enough to, tell them when you have one, or tell them if you're not feeling good or your situation. Otherwise, then they're just, some casual friend if they're not, asking how you're doing, or you don't feel comfortable enough to tell them. And what I would tell that person is, just be open, honest, tell them that you have it, tell them what's going on. Like, I, for everybody, the one um, female that I mentioned, a bit back that I was talking to, I kind of just I cut things off with her, but that's a whole separate side story. But when we first started, you know, talking, I was just like, I don't know what the right word is. Like, I don't want to be like, I'm not worthy. I'm not. Was that Wayne's World? What that was from? I can't remember what movie that was back in the '90s. But anyway, I didn't feel that. So like when we were, talking and saying we're gonna see each other again, I kept like trying to say like the worst things about me, to just be like, are you sure that you're okay with this? Like, I was like, I can't go down there and see you. I can't drive. I don't have a license. I have epilepsy. I'm taking a bunch of medications. Like, this can happen. And she was still like, okay, yeah, that everybody has different things. That's fine, no problem. And I was like, fuck. I was like, what is wrong with you? Why do you want to talk to me?
Um,
So yeah, it felt weird. So yeah, I was trying to be super open and honest with her, let her know what was going on. And she still was, yeah, a friend for a while. So it that's why I'm trying to say, for this, this person, like, if they're true friends, then they'll be perfectly fine with it. And you should, try and open up to them, because you never know when you're going to find a new friend that you can open up to, that will talk to you about it. That I mean, you never know. You could just tell that person, like, oh yeah, I have epilepsy, I had a seizure yesterday. And you never know, they might be like, oh yeah, my cousin that I see all the time, that lives the next city over, they have epilepsy too. Yeah, I know all about. Yeah, just let me know whenever you need help with it. Like, you never know when that other person's going to open back up to you, and they might, just go from that casual friend to, somebody that's there to listen and help you out with that situation, right?
right.
It
One
it
thing I
can't
was
hurt.
thinking
The worst.
about. I was
I'm sorry.
thinking that maybe the friends, um, like this person, they said they wish their friends were a bit more curious, and
Mhm.
it could be like that. They could be more curious, but not sure how to open up and ask those questions that they might want to ask. Um,
Yeah, that's what I was
and I
saying.
think
That
that's
person
common for.
should open
I
open
think
up to
that's
them. I
common
mean,
for a lot of people.
like the worst that can happen is them just being like, oh, okay, or like I posted the in the one thread that you started a couple days ago. Like the worst that can happen is that person be like, oh, what's epilepsy? What's a seizure? Then you tell them a little bit about it, and they're one more person that knows about it. You don't have to bring it up with them again, but you never, it could be either 6, 7, but it could be either
Goodness, I
way.
hate
You could
that.
get, dude, I work at an elementary school. I hear that shit literally every day. Okay. but but yeah, you never know what somebody else knows, or what like deep, family member that they have that they might know all about it. So it's a 50-50 situation. But like I said, it's not like, telling somebody like you want to be in a relationship or that you're attracted to it. It's not some like deep, serious situation. It's just saying, I have this medical condition. You could just
Um,
tell your friend like, oh, I have the flu right now. And then they can be like, oh, okay,
what?
sorry to hear about that, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I know that's different, but I'm just trying to compare something that everybody knows
I
about
know what you
to,
mean.
yeah.
Um, I was gonna say that, like I was saying earlier, that sometimes people they avoid talking about it because they don't know how to talk about it, and that's more common in people without epilepsy. They're not just gonna bring it up because they don't know how you're gonna react about it. They're gonna not know if you're gonna be one of those people who just doesn't ever want to talk about it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So it could be that, and for me, it wasn't that. It was just kind of everybody that I hung out with just kind of got kids and families, and we went different directions. But we all knew that. Um, the only thing that really changed was the amount of time that we call each other. It dwindled down until it was close as it can get. Um, we don't do that a lot anymore. We don't talk a lot on the phone, which
Aw.
some people might think that's weird to sit and talk to your best friend all day. But yeah, we just all went our separate ways and had families, had children, and now we hear when someone needs money, and it's usually
That
not me.
that oh, I was gonna say,
It
I don't know,
hasn't been
that's
me
not
yet.
exactly the best, like the greatest friend if they only hit you up when they're just like, hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? And then the next text is like, yo, I need $500 for this. It's just like, that's the only time you're gonna hit me up, dude. Like,
Yeah, I
that's not fun.
sometimes I have friends that I feel like they need me. I had a friend. I don't even have a job, but I had a friend who called me and who was at the gas station, and he was like, "Hey, yo, can you send me some money? I need some gas money for the week, and I'm pulling in the gas station right now on my last bit of gas." I'm
Damn.
sitting there thinking, so am I the last person or the first person that you called? Because you're calling me just you're so sure that I'm going to give you this money is why you called me while pulling into the gas station. Uh,
Well, especially if it was recently, because it's like $100 to fill up a gas tank these days, right? I mean, none of us
uh,
drive. I'm just joking around. I don't know what it is, but yeah,
Stupid
this
expensive.
was this
yeah.
was around almost a year ago. Uh,
Oh, so it was like decently
yeah,
priced then, at least.
and we've
Well,
But still
spoken.
stupid
Pookie,
expensive.
The thing,
yo, yeah.
the thing is, we've
Well,
spoke since then, and it doesn't even come up. But I just be like, all right.
Bring it up and be like, hey, you owe me money.
yeah.
I
But
don't like pressing people like that. I like people to be honest and just, because he knows. Because when people know, some people be like, okay, I'm not going to call because I don't want to call him, and he asks for the money. Eventually, somebody else needed something, and he called. Yeah, so
dang. Yeah,
he knew. He didn't forget. He just,
just
the next phone call, when he called for someone else, it was a good conversation, a few laughs. So after that, he had no problem calling. Uh, but I'm sure he didn't forget. People who forget might call you and forget that they asked for the money. But I feel like he avoided me for a little bit until he had a conversation that he thought I forgot about it. I didn't. I just didn't bring it up. Uh,
That's why you're
yeah.
never gonna get your money back.
I've come to terms that I understand that now. I am not gonna be able to get that money back, recover at any point, because we have talked of quite a few times in the last year. Uh,
damn. But you could get a
Usually like
favor
catching up
back. You
though.
never you never know. Like, you could need a favor really badly and then just hang that over their head, be like, "Oh, why can't you help me out? When you needed gas, I gave you the money for it, dude. Like, what's up?"
Um, what I do is I don't have overdraft fees, so I don't have to ask anybody for money. I could just pay Visa back someday.
I know.
I don't
I
even
hate
want to
that
think
though,
about how much my
because
credit card bill is going to be this month.
let's see. Uh when what is it? I forgot who sent me money. What the hell? Anyhow, someone sent me money, a family member or something like that, and it took the money because I forgot that I owed them $20, and someone sent me like $10 or $20 or something other than the
Yeah,
$20
really? That
they took it. They sent it on Cash App, then they took the money. Uh, yeah, then you got to use other cards for stuff now, because if I put money on that card, they're just gonna take it. But I got some money on other cards. Good stuff.
yeah,
Uh,
so Pookie, like a couple weeks ago, I broke
mm, mm, mm.
my keyboard for my
Mhm.
computer. And
Wow.
so I went to the Best Buy, just because you know the area. I went to the Best Buy in Union Landing, and you know how there's the Shell gas station like right across the street, like when you leave there. Yeah, diesel was 8.19 a gallon. Like, I should have grabbed my phone out and taken a picture, but like I stopped like next to it and I just like stared at it like, is this fucking for real? Like like regular gas premium was like 6.59, and then 6.59 or 6.79 in either way. But yeah, and then diesel was, yeah, like a buck and a half more, and that was like per gallon. I'm like, no fucking wonder like our groceries and everything else is going up, because the
Everything
trucks
is
that are,
higher
yeah, because
in the
the
Bay
trucks that are
Area.
transporting
Everything's
it, their gas is like double the price it was like a year ago. So they have to make that money back somehow. So the goods, the
everything is
produce,
higher in the
whatever
Bay
is going to
Area.
go up. Yeah.
Silicon Valley. Oh man, our
Yep.
prices
Yeah,
on
definitely.
everything are higher. Uh, and the closest places to it as it spreads out gets cheaper and cheaper. But from the Bay
Yep.
Area, that's where they think everybody has money. I was raised there. I wasn't raised rich. Uh, so
Yeah, they think that just anybody that works here has some like tech job, makes like
right,
150K a year and just can
they're
be
like
like
they can afford it.
just make it rain. I'm like, bro, like if I drove, I would be spending like as much as I make in a day just to get there. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know the exact levels of everything, but you know what I mean? Like it would be so
I know what you
expensive
mean.
just to get to work and back. Like it would almost make your job not even have a point. Like like if I
Yeah.
just stayed at home, I would be having more money in my pocket than driving there.
I got some of the comments here to this post about dealing with the loneliness. But first, I was going to start with me. I'm not really lonely. Uh, I do get that want to talk to a female sometimes, but it's never more than that. It's usually just like sometimes I do want to talk to somebody. Uh, but then I got you guys 4 days a week. So kills everything for that. I'm not really lonely. I don't care to have people over or throw parties or stuff like that. I do like being outside when I'm with my kids or something like that. It's freaking awesome. Having fun with the kids, the looks on their faces, the memories in their heads. Love it. Uh, but just being outside, just me, going to go hang out with friends. Yeah, unless it's one of my friends that I grew up with, I'm not doing much hanging these days. And not lonely.
How
Not
I'm sure
lonely
you've
one
said it
bit.
before. Oh, I was just gonna say I'm sure you've said it before, but we all forget everything. How old are your kids again, Pookie?
Um, between young and old.
So you've got ones that have experienced the world and others that are just like, holy shit, this is a brand new thing I've never seen before.
No, I think they're all to that age, preteens to almost adults, and put it like that.
Okay, gotcha.
Uh,
But yeah, still you know what I'm saying, having like raised them all and everything. Like it's like sometimes I hate where I work because they're just some of them are so like dumb and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know that was a rule here." I'm like, "It should be fucking common sense. You don't punch another kid in the
they're
face, you
kids,
idiot."
James.
And no, I know, but you see, I don't have any kids of my own, so that's what I'm saying. So there's some that are completely stupid, but then there's others that are like super respectful. You know, like I had a couple of kids come up to me, they're like, "Oh, I like the tie that you're wearing." And then others are like chasing each other, climbing up slides, like just saying fuck all the rules, like it's everything in between. So that's why I mean, the school that I work at has almost 700 kids. So I get every, for kindergartners to fifth graders. So you get that many kids, that many ranges of ages and
Mm-hmm.
respectfulness and actually using their fucking brains and thinking, like every range of it. So that's, what I'm like. When you have, your own kid, that's, completely different than having to watch after hundreds of them. So that's why I'm like saying that stuff. It's not just like, oh my God, my own kid is annoying about this. Like I'm watching all ranges of ages, all cultures, all different types of parents, raising them their own way. So it's it can be weird and annoying all at the same time.
Gotcha. Uh, yeah. I was just saying, dealing with my loneliness, fine with me. I got you guys 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just editing videos like every day. It's not a day I don't see you guys.
Yeah, I would say
Uh,
the chats with everybody definitely like picks me up each week. I really don't, yeah, like the other person was talking, don't have that many friends anymore that really want to put up with or be responsible for my health stuff, and lost people over the years, or they've moved away or something, and it's completely different because we can't just go out to the bar, like down the street, and start meeting new people or new friends or something like that. It's a bit tougher for most of us with epilepsy
I mean, you could
than
go
the
out to a
simple.
bar if you wanted to.
I mean,
You know,
yeah, then you got to pay for the Uber, you got to do all that, and we were just talking about, you know, having the money to do all those things,
okay.
and with most of us not working, or like me working only, an hour or two a day, that's not something that is easy.
Correct. Um, yeah. Uh, I'm not lonely. I put it like that. I'm having fun in the sun. Uh, I'm not getting much sun, so I'm having fun. Uh, got one here that I thought was pretty interesting, and I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember my last seizure, and it says, "Do you bite your tongue every time you have a TC?" Probably my first 10 TCs, I bit my tongue every time. My past four, I haven't, which I'm grateful for. I originally thought it was just luck, but seems like too many times just for it to be luck. Is there a reason it would stop? You maybe were sitting somewhere where you didn't fall as hard. Um, yeah, because there was once upon a time where I was always peeing on myself. I was so glad when that phase was over. Uh, but yeah, I don't bite my tongue all the time, but I do time to time. Last time it wasn't that bad. A few weeks ago, I didn't even know I bit it till like a day or two later, and it's coming down from swelling, and I didn't even notice it was even swollen. Actually, I think it was the next morning is when I found out it was actually swollen. When I'm checking my wounds, talking to you guys when we were live, um, yeah, I got a little nip there. I can still kind of feel it. Everything, all those wounds are still healing. Almost 2 weeks. Um, the tongue I can feel. I got a bruise on my arm that still hasn't went away. I'm going to point that out in the emergency room. It's gotten lighter, but it's still purple.
Are you gonna go to the emergency room and get checked out?
No, he's not.
No,
I know.
When
He
I
keeps
get
saying he
time,
will.
we all know the answer to that.
the answer is when I get time, I will. Really, when I get a moment of when I get a moment of just peace and I like, okay, I'm gonna go. When I'm not doing anything or when I have time, when I have some decent time, I'll definitely go. It'll
Sometimes you have
probably
to
be
make time.
Yeah.
you you
Well,
just said that
we
you're
should
just editing videos, dude. You
we
got some
should
time.
relinquish like
None of us are
the
gonna
do not
cry
have
over not
time.
having a
live
video for
stream
a day.
time so that you can go to the surgery instead of
Yeah.
stream on YouTube live.
No more videos for a week. Go to the ER. There
Oh
we go.
man,
I've decided it.
there's somebody probably
Yeah,
watching that. It's
we could
like, nope,
we
I
could
watch
go
this every day.
we could Andrew, we can call it both call in sick tomorrow's
All right.
live stream so Pookie has no one to talk to. He'll have
Okay, here's what
nothing
you
to
do.
do except go to
No,
the
no.
Let's
ER.
let
Tomorrow
let's
is
make a compromise. Okay,
Tomorrow is
Pookie,
a good
you
day.
post a video. You post a video just saying, "I have to go to the ER and make sure." All right, bye guys, and that's all you have to post. And then you can
Well,
post a video and
technically,
get that checked out.
you should say I'm 2 weeks too late. Like I'm 2 weeks behind on this emergency.
Exactly. But just make it like a 30-second video, and then you'll be doing both.
Return to your normally scheduled programming next week.
Yeah, I think there's
Oh,
a
it's gonna be
few
good.
other videos on YouTube people can watch. I mean, I've heard there's a few
I
other
think
videos.
there's a couple. Yeah.
Couple of videos about what?
Just in general,
Oh,
right?
I don't have
I'm just
time.
I'm just talking crap now, but I because I want you to go. That's all.
Uh, I don't even have time to watch my own videos. Uh, I've seen one, but other than that, I haven't really had time. Yeah, got to get something for the next day. I'm the only one editing, so I'm working on it. Eventually, you get sponsors, and then people help you. I can buy an editor. Um, until then, keep going strong. Somebody will see us.
Can all of these like fancy AI agents that everybody talks about, can any of them do the editing for you?
I don't think so.
No. It'd be
No,
an
only
interesting.
because the AI wouldn't do it how I like to do it. I enjoy editing.
Or
If I weren't at my mom's house, I'd be way ahead in editing all the time in the world. I had time to play video games. When I didn't stay here, I was, yeah. Now,
what was your game of choice?
Grand Theft Auto,
Which one?
5. Um, that's how I found Reddit, and that's how I found you guys. I
No.
found you guys because there was a Grand Theft Auto subreddit, and he's like, "You got to join the subreddit, and then we'll give you the meeting, the place where we meet or whatever, the location." And I was like, "Damn, I gotta just follow you on Reddit just to be part of your race." Just some regular people that were just driving around. I'm talking to him, and he's like, "Yeah, you got to go on Reddit." He's like, "Did you join?" I'm like, "Yeah, I joined." He's like, "Okay, send a message to some moderator." I was like, "Oh, I don't have time for all that tonight." Then I seen something that said epilepsy, and I was like, "Epilepsy? Hmm. Why are they talking about that on Reddit?"
Do
Well,
you,
They talk about everything on Reddit.
yeah.
I knew
Do
nothing
you,
about Reddit. I just knew that I had to talk to somebody there about racing on a video game. Uh, yeah.
do you like Fallout?
Yes, I have it.
Hey, nice. I haven't played that in a long
Do
time.
you have like I just started a new um Fallout 76 character.
Oh, nice.
I just got up to level 19, so still a little baby. So if anybody plays Fallout 76 on PC, let me know.
I believe it's a cross console. You could play with me on PS5.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. I think it's it that they're each like their own silos, you know. I could be wrong. I don't do, you know,
Um,
that much. I'm not into the
I know
whole
they do
like
that
culture, but
uh on Fortnite. They do that. I mean, not that I know personally. I know that my son told me that. he has friends who are on the Xbox and he has friends who are on computer, and they
Okay.
all play together.
Nice. Is
Um,
there there's some things on 'cause I'm an Xbox gamer or as far as consoles go, I'm an Xbox person. So I know that the control inputs that you have on Xbox, with the two analog sticks, you've got a lot more movement freedom than you do with WASD on the keyboard. There is no speed control. You can't like slowly move. It's only full speed forward or stop, full speed backward, stop, sideways, diagonal, and that's it. Xbox has full range of motion, degree of freedom, full, everything. So you
mhm.
got the mouse, which is nice to just go and whoop. But without that analog stick over there, I don't know if those inputs can go, and be processed by the same servers when, one entire segment of the population does not have the same inputs. But
I,
I don't know. I was just thinking about recently because I got this little fancy button thing with all the, space bar here and a little arrow thing and buttons, and I can map all these macros to that instead of the having to use the full keyboard. So I was thinking if I change, I wonder if I could tie in a controller, like tie in my uh, Elite controller with the Bluetooth and do one hand, holding and see if I can get the thumbstick input on the right side because I still got the buttons on the
um,
back. That would be interesting. And then use the mouse on the other end. But
um,
yeah,
Mark,
yeah,
do they? I mean, they have the controller, right? The
yeah,
controller that you can hook up and connect and use the controller for the computer, right? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
could
was.
tie in my Elite controller and use this on the I
There we go.
didn't
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
didn't
say
even
too. Is I
think
have
about that.
an
So
Xbox PC controller for all my games, and it's yeah, it's 100 times better than mouse and keyboard. You don't have to like move your one hand on the keyboard a bunch, back and forth, and do something with the mouse. You just hold it and just beep boop up, and then yeah, you can play the game much easier.
I
can
love
they
the
both
sounds
be
you make.
recognized at the same time? Can you put the controller down and use the mouse to look around and then pick the controller back up and
Uh, it it
move, or
depends
do
on
you
the.
have to?
I was gonna say it depends on the game. Some of them you have to pick either mouse and keyboard or the controller,
Mhm.
but some you can yeah grab the mouse and do it real quick. But
That would be
like you were
really
saying
cool.
earlier, I find the what you want to call it, the thumbstick or
Yeah,
whatever,
the
much
analog.
easier, and you can kind of slightly move it and get better positioning out of the game and everything. So
Yeah. But with the in Fallout with the um building your like campsite thing or building the like in Fallout 4, building the settlements and everything. I feel like having the mouse to be able to move it and position it on, whatever construction you're working on would be a nice, because that always bugged me in Fallout trying to move just a tiny little bit and aim it, and rotating was difficult. But I thought, I always imagined, if only I had a mouse and keyboard. And now I'm realizing, well, wait, yeah, maybe you guys are right. Maybe I'm not living the dream right now. Maybe I should go back to the Xbox controller.
I love playing like the like point and click like of adventure games, like the old school type like type
Okay.
ones. And
Yeah.
I find playing that with a mouse is much easier because you just move the pointer right to where it was and then a quick,
Mm,
click. With the controller you have to like hold it over longer and then you might go a little bit far over and have to bring it back. And yeah, so those type of games I like a lot more with mouse and keyboard, but just depends on the style of game, I guess, for
Uh,
me.
huh.
I got
Well,
something, guys. It says I can't handle heat. Does anyone else struggle with summer heat? It's currently 30 degrees Celsius here, and I can't handle this. It doesn't trigger it doesn't trigger seizures, but I'm just miserable. I've had this for ages, and only 2 years ago, I read this could be due to the medication. I do sweat, but my body just can't get rid of the heat. Even once I'm in a cool place, it takes ages. Cital- Citalopramine, I mean, citalopram or pram? I'm going to spell it Citalopram. Citalopram?
citalopram.
Citalopram. Okay.
This sounds like a benzo.
It says it's an antidepressant. So probably
Okay.
it
I
says
Um,
citalopram could be the culprit, but maybe it's one of the others. I take lamotrigine, levetiracetam, and lacosamide.
oh, Celexa. Okay. Yeah, now I know. I got it.
I try to stay
and
calm, avoid direct sun, and drink more than usual, which is a lot during these heat waves. I spend most of my time in starfish mode. I have a balcony now, which has lots of sun in the morning. Once the sun is moved, it's really nice there. I have lots of little vegetable plants, and I hope they cool the place once they're fully grown. Does anyone have problem with heat? With heat, summer heat, it says. No.
and I was gonna say because I didn't know it. I had to look it up. 30 degrees Celsius is 86 Fahrenheit. So
That's the temperature
for
in my house right now.
I was gonna say
That's
for us
nothing.
Americans that aren't
That's
used to
good
it.
weather.
Yeah, I was expecting like 105, or something crazy, crazy up there. But yeah, 86 is
Yeah.
That's
it sucks if you're standing in like
good
direct
weather.
sun or something, but it's not terrible. I don't think that would affect somebody's epilepsy.
That's 80. I mean,
Well,
80 degrees is what I expect when someone says it's a good day. A good day is,
but something something to remember that a lot of, I mean, I'm assuming they're in Europe somewhere,
Mhm.
yeah,
given
when they said
the
Celsius, I thought that.
yeah. Well, I mean, it could be like Australia, but I think Australians are pretty tough when it comes to the heat. I don't think that would be an adjustment for them, but a lot of Europe does not get very warm. Um, and because of that, they don't build a lot of their buildings with a central heat or a central cooling. Um, or and probably don't have wall units or window AC. So, um, yeah, 86 degrees outside in a house that does not have, air circulation can get toasty,
Mhm.
especially if it's on a part of the house that faces the south. So uh, sun hitting the house can make it warmer in the house than the outside because of the incident radiation. Same reason that like when you go outside on a sunny day and you touch the pavement is hotter than the air, right? Because it's been absorbing the sunlight that whole time. Um, But when you don't have the whole of the rest of the atmosphere to dissipate and diffuse a lot of that thermal energy, it gets trapped and concentrated in an enclosed space. So, um,
That's how it is for for racing as well. Car auto racing is like the outside temperature will be like 85, but then they say like, oh, track temperature is 105 or something. Like it's usually at least around 20 to 30 degrees warmer, the actual track temperature, and they track it pretty much every time because it'll affect your how your tires are gripping the track and how other certain setup things are. So they pretty much say it all the time. And yeah, it's like I said, between 20 to 30 degrees warmer that the pavement is than the outside temperature. So
yeah, yeah, especially on a really bright day, really sunny, and when they
yeah.
don't have any trees to give it shade, yeah, really toasty. But
And it's
It's
good for
hotter
generally
in my house.
nice
black.
sticky tires when they're all that hot. So,
Yeah. And I was gonna say it's
It's
generally like black or asphalt versus concrete that the racetracks are made of, so that absorbs a little bit more too.
it's currently hotter in my house than it is outside.
oh, do you
I
have
can
some
tell
some
you
good
have the tank
fans
top on. You're
going?
trying to
At
cool off
least
today.
get
Yeah,
it
I've changed
moving.
into tank top and shorts. No, they came and looked at my air conditioner this morning, and apparently something got screwed up, and they can't come back to fix it till tomorrow. So it's
Oh,
nice and toasty.
Dang.
oh, I'm
Every
sorry.
window
Uh,
and door open right now.
we
No,
just had
actually,
an issue with the AC over here too, but it wasn't that bad. It didn't get hot. It was just the drain line ended up completely clogging and backing up. It hadn't been, you know, kept up with. My
yeah.
dad's
Well,
problem.
it's 84 outside and it's 86 degrees in the house with
Oh,
55% humidity.
Oh,
Wow.
that's
That's something I
what?
don't think a Pookie understands is yes, it may get a lot hotter there, but you don't have the humidity, which makes a
No,
huge difference.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
we
I'm in the
generally don't
desert
get
now. Where James
big
is,
humidity.
there's no heat like that. But here, yeah, it's humid as hell. Um, I
a
mean,
humid
Dude,
desert?
the first
How does
week.
that
It's not
work?
it's
well,
not
this
humid
is
in the
this is the
desert.
valley. The desert is maybe 100 miles south. It just gets more after the agricultural area. It just turns into dirt. A
It's
little
just
desert right
dry.
before LA.
Okay,
Yeah, dude,
yeah.
the first week that the school I work at started this year, it was over 100. And I was just like, fuck, these kids get to go back to their like air conditioned classroom, and I still have to stand out here in the direct sun for the next lunch, the next recess. It was absolutely miserable the first couple of weeks back when school started this year. It
Yeah,
was
I
it's not
remember the
often
last time I
one
was
feels jealous of an elementary school child, I bet.
I
yeah, hell
remember
yeah,
the
I
last
was like, we
summer
get
that
AC.
the
What's
last
that,
summer
Andrew?
when I was working on cars, it got up to 116 degrees one day.
Mm.
Oh
Fuck
my
that.
gosh, really?
Yeah,
That
working on a hot
116?
engine's not fun during that.
Yeah, I
No.
was I wasn't happy, and it was like 104, 105 for a couple of days. So an extra, yeah, 11, 12 degrees must have been
It was
hell.
miserable.
I bet.
Here last summer, well, no, I think maybe 2 or 3 summers ago, I spent the summer here, and it's so hot that the air just gets hot. It's like you can't avoid it. You can go in a room with
Yeah.
lights out or a room that doesn't even connect to walls, outside walls, and it's still hot in there. Um, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it's like around here. 105 to 108. I haven't experienced much more other than that.
Yeah,
But
you,
that weather,
you go You
It's
go
like that
outside
until
and
3 in the morning.
oh,
Most
Yeah.
It's like 80
residential
degrees at night,
HVAC units are
3 in the morning.
only meant to, or only able to cool, their structure designed to cool it down like about 10 to 15 degrees relative to the outside temperature. So when that reaches, 100 something, yeah, even with AC, it's not gonna not gonna be
yeah.
too pleasant.
Yeah, at
Need a
116, I'd walk outside
refrigerator.
and
Gotta find somebody who has a walk-in refrigerator and just move in there.
That'll be nice.
I know, dude, at 116, you walk outside and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna go light a fire so I can cool down. Like, I know it's not that bad, but yeah, that would just must be what it feels like. Yeah, I've definitely not gotten to 116. Like the mid-ish 100s is what I've ever felt, but above that, like just fuck that.
Mm.
Like I'll still go for a bike ride, but I gotta, once in a while stop in the shade for a sec, like chug a ton of water, something to do something better. Man,
I
that's a
rode my bike
crazy.
almost 4 miles this morning.
Nice. You're gonna be so yeah, you're getting like into that habit now? Because you said you rode
I had to go,
three on like Tuesday too, right? Was that Tuesday
yeah,
that you said it or last week? I can't remember, but
somewhere around there. That was just, taking it out to get used to it. Today I went to the store. I was
nice.
gonna go yesterday, but it rained all day, so I didn't go.
Um,
It did here too. Yeah. What state are you in again, if you don't mind me asking?
Kansas?
Oh, okay. I was thinking somewhere like Middle East when or sorry, yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Midwest-ish
right in the
when
middle
you
of the
said that
country.
temperature. When you said that
I'm right in the
temperature
middle of
and the
everybody.
humidity, I was like, yeah, she has to be somewhere somewhere close out there. Yeah.
Right in Tornado Alley.
Ooh,
mm, where's that at? I mean, you just said where you're at. Um,
Pretty much from where I'm at, straight up north to south. Tornado Alley.
have you ever experienced one or
Yes.
oh,
Let me here, I'll put the picture up. This was the most recent one.
that's got the most recent that may oh, that
oh,
Well,
sucks
it
because
was
then that means you've experienced many and that's not
the
fun.
neighborhood I live in, 13 people died in 91.
Mm.
Holy crap.
It was a massive tornado.
That's got to be scary. Like the only thing I've experienced is like thunder and lightning.
right.
Like that would be the
A lot
worst
of
like
water.
weather like
You
thing
get a
to
lot of
me.
water. No snow.
Yeah.
Earthquakes. Depending on where you at, you might feel the fire. There's fires. I don't know. I think there's some going on right now, right?
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that's true. We do get a good amount of earthquakes here in the Bay Area.
and fires.
But generally those or yeah, I guess yeah, a little more in Southern California, but generally those are started by, you know, somebody doing something stupid. It's not like things just catch fire randomly. It's like some person having a barbecue and then it gets knocked over and then the next thing you know, like 100 square miles are scorched and burnt down.
This tornado right here, I took that picture.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
That looks like only like maybe a mile away at most, if even that.
Yeah,
That
it was in the truck running to somewhere
that
that had a basement.
yeah,
How
that would be
what
terrifying
how
for me
strong was it,
since I've never
you know?
experienced one.
It was an F2 or an F3,
Ooh.
but
That
there
That
was
high?
one that hit here that was an F4. That's the one where like 13 people died. This one took out the Y
Mm.
among a bunch of houses.
That's
and the
crazy.
Y is a mile from me.
Could you feel the wind blowing?
Oh hell yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
like, was it knocking down trees near you or anything? You said you were a mile away.
No, it didn't hit. It wasn't that bad here. We just like 50-mile-an-hour winds are not a big deal to me.
Damn.
I don't worry
Not,
until they start talking like 70-mile-an-hour winds.
well, I was riding my bike this morning and my weather app said 13 mile an hour. And I was like
I thought that
annoyed.
was a big deal.
I was like, yeah, for us, right? And I was like pedaling and my like beard was kind of like flopping around. I was like, God damn it, 13, this is super high. And now you're saying you're just like, 50's nothing.
Right in California, that's a lot. We've never
Yeah,
experienced nothing like that. Uh,
nuts, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once you hit about 40 or 50, it's pretty windy. But just like on an average day, we'll get 20, 25, 30-mile-an-hour winds. 20 is
Jeez.
not unusual at all.
You could just go outside and like lean forward as you walk because the wind will keep you
Not that
propped up.
bad. It's not that
not that
bad.
bad.
It's not that
Uh,
bad.
That's crazy. Oh,
I
hold
got
Let's
on,
something
let me
see.
do
here.
that. Yeah.
It's only 9 today.
Oh, nice. It's cold out here, and I think they said it won't be any wind. Well, it depends on what you think is cold. It's 70 degrees, I think I said earlier. But
That's beautiful. That's camping weather right there.
it's cool. It's kind of cold uh, here. That's compared cold. It's like you put on a jacket to run to the car. That's how cold it is.
At 70, you're putting on a jacket?
I mean, to go to the
It's
car, yeah.
At 70 degrees, I'm running around in a tank top and shorts.
I know I was saying the other day, like once it gets to like in the 50s, like I start bitching and complaining. I'm like, yeah, damn, it's cool.
You
Yeah,
get to about 50 and I want a jacket, but it's not cold until it's below freezing.
Yeah,
yeah,
that
we'll get that.
I don't think I've ever experienced, or no, one time, but it was when I was back in Chicago, uh, for a, yeah, visiting a friend and for a car show and everything. And it was, I think I said this story before. It was like right at 30. It wasn't even all that cold. And I just had this jacket on. I was shivering. And then my other friends were just like, look at this Cali boy over here, hella cold. Like, they're just making fun of me being from like a different, like jokingly, obviously, but yeah, being from a different place. But I think that's the only time in my life I've been below freezing because
never,
it just doesn't happen out here.
never been below freezing. Never been to the snow. Never got to make a snowman.
I've seen snow once. It was when I was driving down to Southern California and Pookie, you
Going
know
through the mountains.
where the yeah the grapevine is, you know, when you're driving on the five and like at
I
the
can see that.
very highest point there was like a super thin layer like on the ground. And I probably have the picture somewhere on my computer, but I was with a couple of friends and we made this tiny little snowman that was probably like 6 8 inches tall just out of like all the snow we could gather because that's all there was there. But that's the only time I've ever yeah experienced snow. So I'm sure all you guys back east are laughing your ass off right now. But
Mark,
maybe one day I'll get to.
Mark, you ever experienced the snow?
Yeah, a couple times. I mean, I lived in South Dakota for like a year and a half, so
Oh,
uh,
You know, snow and cold then.
yeah, yeah, I stayed inside.
I was just gonna ask
Not
you ever made a snowman, but you just said you stayed inside.
I have made a snowman, and done snow angels and stuff. I think I told you about that. Like right when I
I want
was
to do that.
first pulled out
I
of
want to do a snow
school,
angel one day.
uh, grandparents took me on that like trip up and down. So all the Civil War sites along the Mississippi River, and went up and visited my great grandmother in Michigan. And so, yeah, I went outside. It was actually, I'm not sure if it was this first or second. I think it was the second time I saw snow, but I went outside at the like the assisted living facility that she was at, and I made a snowman in the middle of like a little courtyard. And I was told afterwards, apparently, um, it was the talk of the building. All of the everybody loved watching, the little boy out there playing in the snow and making snow angels, digging into the sides of the big snow mounds on the side of the road. So yeah,
Watching little baby Mark
little
playing in the snow.
Mark. Sure, yeah.
Oh man,
I was particularly small as a child too, so um, yeah.
I couldn't imagine you being a little kid. You said you
I,
small, like actually no, because I didn't get my first growth spurt until around 12 to 13. So when were you exactly small? Because how tall are you, Mark?
5'10".
Oh, you're not really short. So
No, that's it's
The
a
same height
little
as
bit
me.
above average, but not you know notably above average. In a
yeah,
dating app, I'd be 6 feet, maybe 6'1", if I kind of keep mindful of where I stand next to my date. Don't.
I'm the tallest person around a lot of crowds that I'm around, unless I'm around like two or three of my uncles. Then we're either the same height or one is closing in on the other one. Well, actually, we're all done growing. So we're either really close or this much higher or lower, whatever the case.
Was tall family then?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially, well, yeah, both sides actually. Like height runs in my blood so much that me and my dad are the same height. We are looking eye to eye. Uh, he's just got a little more arms, a little bigger up top. Uh, I'm not. So yeah.
I think I'm taller than both of my parents at this point because my dad is doing the whole old man lean over thing, and I've been taller than my mom for years, so I'm taller than both of them.
Or do they ask you to get this and you get that? Can you grab that? No? Okay. That's good.
I haven't talked to them in quite some time.
Okay. I got something right here though. And it says marijuana or no. Does smoking marijuana help you or not? The first comment says definitely. I told doctor it helps and he didn't object. Marijuana, it helps. Because I have this cart. The name of it is Granddaddy Purple. And I just thought it was like kind of basic, so I never really got it. And then I asked this one guy. Usually there's women at the counters, but this day was a man, and I asked him, "What do you think I should get for sleep?" And he picked that, and it's really
Why,
good.
why didn't you want to listen to the women? Why didn't you ever ask them?
No, I do listen to them. I've never really went in the dispensary and been like, "Give me that one, and that one." I always go, "What do you think is good?" And they're like, "Do you want a specific brand?" I was like, "Yeah, one of that brand. Which one do you think are good?" And the women, they always give me stuff that it's good, but it never, I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like I'm not for the women. But when I wanted something to go to sleep, I've never got it like from something anyone else has gave me other than that guy. Uh,
He needs it mansplained to him.
Apparently.
no, because usually I'm just like, you guys got something for sleep? You guys got something that's gonna help me eat? And they usually do it with the eat. They got some stuff that they say they try, and I take suggestions. I don't really go in there and have a special brand or an amount I want. So usually once I get there, okay, let me get that and that.
Pay attention if they have the like a certificate of analysis, if
That
they
for
have anything on the terpenes, like the top three terpenes in that batch. Pay attention to that. That might help you figure out um, what is helping like the THC and CBD do their things a little bit more efficiently, you know. Because obviously it's not just plain pure THC that's doing the knocking out at night, because you can have a sativa that has plenty of THC that keeps you peppy and stuff. So, um, a lot of that is kind of believed to be the entourage effect and the whole terpene package together, and not just um, how potent it is. So, um,
I don't I have not yet um paid attention to any of that.
yeah,
I always ask, "What can you give me something for eat, and can you give me something for sleep?" And I always tell them, "I'll tell you what it's like next time I come back." And I always tell them that when it didn't exactly work, unless I just sit there and smoke and smoke and smoke till I'm super tired and I can't handle anymore, which usually is going to take quite a bit. But I'm telling you, this one, I noticed it was a good one when one time in the morning I was hitting it and I started to get tired and started yawning. And I had just opened it, so I knew it was that. That's the package that was fresh. And I was like, maybe it's like the other ladies, just some of those indicas they think is gonna bother me. Uh what does that say? Uh okay. Um, what was I gonna
at
say?
least that's my experience. I find that the um, myrcene heavy strains tend to be more sleepy, um, for me, and caryophyllene tends to be um, more effective, more common among the strains that I notice when I partake, and then almost immediately start thinking, not even realizing it, just thinking, oh, pizza is good. You know, um, don't even realize I'm thinking about food when normally it is a struggle to to yeah, a struggle to get there. I don't know. I don't know if why. I assume it must be the glucosamide, but I have a lot of trouble um just feeling hungry, and I am tiny, so I can't afford to not be hungry. Um, so yeah, that's what I that's what I look for during the day. That one helps at night.
They're
Not
always trying
only
to be
those, there's, that whole combination, and the two of them together are really good. Um, Good couch lock, turn in for the evening. But yeah, uh, just a thought and just what works for me. But I don't know, maybe maybe ask at the counter if they have any thoughts on the terpenes and
They
see.
always do.
Yeah.
They always have like some stories and stuff, and I'm like, man, I planned on being in and out.
Yeah.
Talk about the terpenes, this and that, and I'm just like, oh man, I just want to some shit, get out of here and get high.
Yeah.
They love to tell the stories behind it, grown by this company and this weather, and how it gets this white, or this is why the crystals come on. And I was just like, man, just what do you think is good? I don't care what
Like,
the
I don't
terpenes.
care. I just want to go smoke.
Right. That's usually what I'm like. And that's how it goes when I go to the dispensary.
Yeah.
They know me so well that they're just like, you should get this one before I say anything. Or we got a good one here. Walk up and say that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um, yeah, Granddaddy Purpose is one of my favorites, but they don't have it very often, unfortunately. It's hard to find in the
that's what they
Florida
were saying.
System. It doesn't make sense. It's a classic.
I
It
thought they were
just
trying to play me. They were trying to tell me we don't have it often. Get you some. I thought they were just trying to be a salesman, just tell me we're not going to have this again or something like that. I was like,
there's
I don't
yeah,
know,
I don't
but
know.
now that I tried it, now I can go back and say, okay, yeah, I should have got a few of those, but now I know. Granddaddy Purple, the carts, those help me sleep. I've slept a decent amount of sleep in the past 5 days. Uh,
Good. That's nice.
it helps me get to sleep before 2 a.m., uh, which has been cool. I didn't really smoke last night until like 8 o'clock, and then started getting tired and stuff, and I smoked it over and over and over. Then finally at 12 o'clock, I was like, oh, I'm yawning enough to lay down. Yeah.
Yeah, I also like 9 Pound Hammer. If you ever see that, maybe give that a little try. I find it to be kind of similar to Granddaddy Perp in the whole sleepiness realm. But I think that a lot of these growers um, are doing too much breeding. You know, they're crossing this hype strain with that hype strain and making up all kinds of weird, oddly spelled names. Um, so I don't know. I wish that some grower had the common sense to just, some Northern Lights, some Hindu Kush, some Durban Poison, some Acapulco Gold, you
Mm-hmm.
know, some of the classics. I don't,
I would.
especially in a medical system, there's got to be so many of like the old school, not old, but old school hippies that, you know, would know those names immediately, um, as opposed to all of this just made up gibberish nonsense that I don't know if it's even really that much better. They're just going for really pretty flowers or um, really high THC percentage, and that's not necessarily helpful. I don't I don't know. I've probably vented about this before several times, but it just, I don't know. If if I was one of those Florida um cannabis cartel license holders, I would grow the good ones. But Florida has only licensed 6 people to grow medical
Jeez.
marijuana in the whole state.
Yeah.
And they are the ones who hold the businesses that, they're the only ones allowed to operate dispensaries. So that's why there's only like 6 names. And Trulieve is the biggest. They're basically the Walmart of cannabis. They're
The
multi-state
Walmart.
operator at this point. They're a bigger than all the rest of them combined.
I love hearing you talk about it, man. It's like way more knowledge than I know about it. I've been
Thank you. I'm
smoking for a
glad I'm
long
not
time,
boring
but
you. At least that's
yeah. But no, I
yeah,
go to the dispensary and they're like, "Oh, what type are you looking for? What do you want?" And I'm just like, I want the type that gets me high."
the
Like,
good stuff.
like I have no. They say all these words and all these different like strain names, and I'm just like, I don't fucking care. It's all gonna get me high. Just what's
Right.
on sale right now? That's what I want. Like I really don't give a shit about like a specific type or a specific name. I'm just like fucking I don't care.
Um, I got something here though. It says, anyone else have difficulty explaining their symptoms to other people? This is actually a common symptom to TLE, in quote, difficulty explaining symptoms. I never heard it like that, but okay. It says, this applies to me 100%. I can only best describe it using generalized terms and using analogies to specific movie, book, video game scenes. If I try to get into details, it becomes increasingly difficult. It almost like trying to explain to someone what water tastes like. Right.
That's a good one. I've never thought of that. That's a good one.
The question was, anyone else having difficulty explaining symptoms to other people? I understand what that person means. It's like explaining someone what water tastes like. Yeah, that.
It's one of those things that if you haven't experienced it, it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate like having one and then like like my temples on my head hurt and then I kind of like am nauseous, so I have a little bit of trouble like either walking or keeping my balance or everything. So I hate saying it, but like to certain people, like if they're closer friends or something, I'll just be like, I like if you woke up with like a terrible hangover, like that's like you know what I mean? Like you have that headache and you're kind of just like wobbly, like trying to get down your hallway or something. Like I I just don't know what else is closer to explaining it to how somebody might, feel about that.
What I thought is, my mom wanted to know things. I said the best thing you can do is watch this podcast because it'll take the me explaining part out of it, and it'll have much more than I can remember to tell you.
Or it'll be multiple people explaining it, not just, the
Yeah,
person that they know or just one single person. It's multiple people saying what they're feeling. And if, 2, 3 people are having the same types of seizures, they're most likely going to have very similar feelings. And then that will explain it to the person or kind of let them know, like, okay, it's not just this one person feeling it. Everybody that has that type of seizure feels it. And I don't want to say that that person would think that you're lying, but it would, kind of just reinforce what you're saying to them and make it a little more true to that person. Yeah. Again, I don't know what words to use.
gotcha. It's not really hard complaining to explain to people because it's like most of the people. Well, I think the people that I'm usually around, even like before living here, the people who would come around have already seen a seizure and usually don't want to talk about it. I'm just like, I had a seizure. And they're like, okay, I know he has seizures. It's not talked about until I start doing this. Got somebody who actually wants to talk about seizures. My dad said that before I started it. Who wants to sit around and talk about seizures all day? And I was like, I don't like your attitude, but I like talking about epilepsy and seizures. Uh,
It's
yeah,
really nice to hear other people's perspectives on things to, know you're not alone.
Mm.
it's good to hear other people's perspectives who don't have epilepsy. Now I know how you really feel. Um,
It's like I don't know if
some
people think it's like a. I mean, it is a serious medical issue, but it's not like cancer or something, right? But still, I feel like people don't really want to like ask about it. Like they feel like it's a touchy subject with you. At least that's how I feel
um,
around other people. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say you were saying it's not like cancer or anything, but epilepsy is kind of patient based. Some people's are really bad, worse than ours. Uh,
Yeah.
some
Well, I mean,
are
like,
as
or I
bad.
guess I could have specified. I meant like a terminal, type of
Somebody who
disease or something
probably
like.
had bad epilepsy would have been offended if you would have just been like, it's not like that bad, basically. Yeah.
No, no, I meant more like a terminal type of disease or a terminal type of cancer or something. Like people just feel like I don't want to bring it up. I don't know if they're sensitive about it or something. Because like most of, I have a couple of, coworkers that I'm more chill and like closer with, but most of them I'll get back after, because they know I have it. I miss days here and there from it and everything. And basically, the only thing that pretty much all of them will ask, they're just like, "Oh, hey, are you feeling better today? How are you doing today?" And that's it. They don't. I mean, that you can, I guess, go into detail, but when somebody just asks that, it's like you don't want to sit there. They're just being nice and saying, "Oh, are you feeling better?" They're not really asking for you to be like, "Oh, well, I have a headache, and then um my shoulder hurts because I fell down and hit something." Like they're not expecting that type of answer, but sometimes I do, if it's a worse one where I fall and hit something, it would be nice to have at least a couple of people just be like, you know, what happened during your seizure? Are there any other things that are bothering you or, blah blah blah, like something like that. It's yeah, sometimes I feel people like should ask a little bit more or something like one of the ladies that works in the school office with my mom has I don't know exactly what the proper medical term would be, but like chronic, migraines, and she's had to, go to the ER a couple times because they were so bad and get whatever medication they give you for that. But people like when they're in the office there, they ask her more stuff than they ask me. And I'm like, dude, I just spent an entire week in the hospital doing an EMU and you didn't ask me anything. This person over here has a headache and you're asking her like 10 questions about how she's doing. Like, I don't want to say
Probably
it's,
because they don't understand what all epilepsy entails and how much it can affect you.
yeah,
There's
that's
just
what I
not
was just
enough
about to say
knowledge
is
out
like,
there.
I
Yep.
don't want to be a jerk and say it's offensive, but it almost just feels like they're just like, oh, a seizure. You must have just, I don't know, like they think it's, some tiny thing, because I haven't had a full on, grand mal type one at school, and they probably have, like most people, have probably never seen anybody have one. So yeah, like you said, they don't understand it because they've never seen it or experienced it. Whereas somebody with a migraine, you're just like, oh, that must be a really bad headache. I've had headaches before, so I need to ask you every little detail about it.
A migraine
So
is much different than a really bad headache. But
I,
a lot of
so I
people
mean,
think that's what it is.
that's like the
Yeah.
closest thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying that a
Just
lot
the
of people,
quickest explanation of it. But yeah,
What's the first
I,
thing
I, I
a
that
know.
came
lot
to
of people,
mind?
I think migraines are pretty misunderstood too.
Yeah. People might say they're not as bad sometimes, but migraines for days at a time is horrible.
But with
Yes, it
migraines,
is.
at least you can go lay down before you fall face first into the corner of your desk and break your glasses and
Yeah, man.
Still not any fun, man.
No.
oh no, I know. I'm just saying they are. Yeah, it's a little bit different situation when you're conscious and aware, able to at least take care of your body
But there's
before
nothing you can do.
cracking the edge of your eye socket. And yeah, there's
I see
definitely
Uh,
what you're
nothing.
saying.
There's
They
definitely
they
nothing you
both
can
suck.
you can do about it. But
James,
yeah,
I love it when you come with the voices, man. Uh,
I I love having fun
yeah,
with them.
you were saying
Yeah,
the
it's
kid was
always great
saying
doing
it.
around the kids too. So yeah,
I wait for it, man. I wait for when you do
worked
that. You
for
make the voices of the person you were talking to. Yeah. I know it's subconscious. You can't help it. I love it though. It's hilarious. I'm not laughing at you. It's just funny when it happens. It's like here it comes, and
Oh
there
no,
it
yeah,
goes.
I know I do that a lot, just like impersonating people. But
Yeah. Okay. I got some comments here from this post. It says anyone else having difficulty explaining their symptoms to other. First comment is the whole in quote dropping and sinking feeling in the stomach is a hard one for others to understand. It seems like folks with epilepsy can totally understand and relate to, yet it's such a hard one to get across to people without epilepsy. Yeah, because it's like when I explain to you guys the post-ictal headache, you'll understand that much more than another person will. And another person will be like, "You're just sounds like you're just saying a worse and worse headache. I've had a bad headache." And I'm like, no, this is much different. Uh, there's no comparison to the post-ictal headache. Um, None at all. But people try to still compare it to other things. It isn't as bad as this next level headache. Blah, blah, blah. Some people just need something to say sometimes.
Yes, they do.
One comment here says, when people want to know what my seizures are like, I tell them to talk to my husband. I have no memory of them, nor typically at least a half hour or so on either side, before or after. Oh, one more comment here says, oh my God, that water example is absolutely perfect. Wow. I may use that next time someone asks me. Hopefully, it'll make them understand how hard it is to explain. Yeah. If you had to explain to me post-ictal headache and I don't have epilepsy, how would you explain that to me?
Me?
Yeah.
Feels like you have a semi truck parked on your head, squishing it. I don't know.
How about you, Mark?
I don't know. When I experienced them, it's like the pain is, I don't know, it's not, I wouldn't describe them like a semi truck on top of my head like Andrea does. Mine feel like from, it's like a pain inside the head that's radiating out.
That's a good way to put it.
If I don't know if that makes any sense. It's not like
Like pressure in your head.
yeah, it's different from like sinus pressure, like allergies. I know what that's like. This
It's your
is
whole
from
head.
further back, further inside, and it's definitely in the head, in the
Um,
brain, in a way that no other headache ever is. It's like a singular pain that is from the brain and is
yeah, I know what you mean.
special. Special in a bad way, but
When I
special.
told someone that it feels like my brain is loose in my head, they were looking at me like I just said something that was totally impossible.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Um,
yeah, and they were like, just get a Tylenol. You don't understand that that's not going to work. And you know what they said? You don't want to get rid of that headache. Then I'm just like, I'll let you keep
Like
thinking that and walk.
I'd be happy to give it to you if I could.
For
yeah,
real.
you want to
I'll
taste
just
it?
smile and walk away.
No, you really don't want to taste it. If you
I,
knew,
I think I think you're probably right though, Mark. The semi truck is just like it feels like a lot of pressure, but it does
yeah,
feel like it's pressure from inside, not outside.
yeah, the semi truck is a good um scale, like a good reference for scale. Um, it's yeah, it's tons and tons, but it's in there in a way that I have never experienced any other headache. It's unique.
Well, and it's totally different than any of the migraines that I used to have because I had chronic migraines for years, and even those are totally different. And I would rather have a migraine than a post-ictal headache.
Mm. Yeah.
Um,
Quick side note, less than an hour, there's a rocket going up.
um,
Yeah,
a rocket blew up
Atlas.
last night.
Yes, yes. We got rocket news. Rocket news for tomorrow. Lots.
Yes,
Yeah,
tomorrow's
but
gonna be a good one. I'm telling you,
uh
prepared.
there's a yeah, I might have to step outside. I might be able to bring the camera with me and show you if I don't know if
When's it
it's
going?
7:30 here, so that's 50 minutes from now. Because I just got a notice. It says yeah, go for launch. So yeah, I've got notifications on. And I think that the weather is good. Weather should be clear. Let me just double check. But
Um,
oh wait, no, actually,
Andrea, you the only one here on Excopery?
I think so.
Okay, well, this is for you. So I've had seizures now around 13 years, 32-year-old male, been on around 5 different meds, and I'm currently on 1,500 milligrams of Keppra 2 times a day, 3,000 altogether, and 200 Vimpat 2 times daily, so 400 altogether. I have went from having multiple a week years ago to now it can be once a week or once a month. I would truly say it averages at 2 a month, but I have been prescribed Excopri to start taking. Taking it, taking it, started at half a pill for once a day for 2 weeks, then 25 milligrams for the next 2 weeks, and so forth, up until 100 milligrams. I'm wondering how effective it has been for others while either taking other meds or it by itself, and would also like to know the time of day you might think is best to take it. I just feel like I have so much different prescriptions tossed to me that I've just made things worse, just didn't do anything at all but make my memory worse. I already have really bad memory as it stands because my seizures and medication combos. Note, I also have bilateral DRS. I don't know that. Having them during the daytime, but mostly night or right after waking up. I don't know. I'm just scared, honestly, because of how much I believe in side effects. But this is something that they want to do to see how things work before possibly doing a DBS. And I'm definitely iffy about brain surgery. I don't know, everybody. The question is, they would also like to know what's the best time of day to take it.
Bedtime.
And how is it taken with other meds also? That was another one.
Well, at one point in time, I was on 3 other medications, so 4 total, and definitely take it at bedtime because it will make you sleepy. Now currently just taking lamotrigine and the Excopri. To me, it's been great, but definitely take it at bedtime because the biggest side effect people report, I believe, is drowsiness. It can make you sleepy.
Yes, I think Angel had pointed out that the side effects with Excopri, it's not they don't they don't say it as just drowsiness, they say it as like extreme sleepishness or something weird like
It's
that.
it's like
Yeah.
the Excopri coma is what I referred to it as because you take it and it just knocks you out, especially when combined with a bunch of other meds. When I was on the 4 meds total, I would take my night meds and I better just go straight to bed because I was going to be out within 30 to 45 minutes tops, just gone. And it didn't matter what I did to try and stay awake. I couldn't do it. And I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I accidentally took my night meds in the morning instead of my morning
Oh,
meds. I got them switched. And I sat here just like chugging coffee, barely able to keep my eyes open for like probably 4 to 6 hours. I couldn't wake up and didn't realize
what you
what the
should
problem
do,
was. What?
said what you should do is just put on the podcast and watch YouTube and let it play as you go in and out of it.
I was trying very hard not to sleep because if I sleep during the daytime, then I don't sleep at night.
Mm.
So I was
Messes
trying
up the
very
whole
hard to,
circadian rhythm.
yes, so I was trying very hard to stay awake and I didn't know why I was so tired. I was just like, oh my God, I'm so tired. I can barely keep my eyes open and doing anything I could just to stay awake. And then when I went to bed that night, I opened my pills. I'm like, oh, that's why I was so tired this morning. I took the wrong pills this morning.
Mm.
So, did you take your night pill with your night dose, or did you just take
No,
that
I
morning
just took my
and let it
morning
go?
pills that night and then started over the next day. maybe
Uh,
not the right directions. I don't know, but that's what I did.
That's the
mm,
safer way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I
Give it
figured.
bigger gap between them rather than doubling up for a short period. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing I was concerned about is like I didn't want to take it twice in one day.
It's
So,
crazy how easy
um,
it is to make that mistake still, though. You know,
right.
yeah,
even with even with everything, all of the systems that I have set up, or systems, routine and whatnot, I still, I think I did it last week. One of the days I missed a dose or something. Just
you
woke up,
mentioned that.
yeah, woke up the next morning and saw the whole thing from the night before was still sitting there. I'm like, what the hell? Oopsie.
Yeah,
I
I was
laugh at
pretty much
myself when
like,
I do that, and then I'm
oops, I
hoping I
hope I
don't have
don't have a
one.
seizure. Right.
Oops. Fingers crossed.
Like
We'll see.
I missed one, and I don't want it to be my fault when I have one. So I'm just hoping I don't have one.
Yeah.
Hope it doesn't come.
Well,
Usually it doesn't.
at least I would know the trigger.
Right.
Yeah,
That's one that I know. At least one. Yeah.
I got something. It says silent migraine versus focal seizure versus panic attack. Hey, I never used Reddit, but I wanted to see if anyone could help me out. I have a history of migraine with aura since 13, age 21 now. I'm a female, if that matters. Lately, I've been having these weird episodes that are distinct from my usual migraines, and I'm trying to figure out what they are, but I can't see a neurologist until August. Boston wait times are crazy, and I've really been struggling with these episodes. The doctors have seen are between silent migraine and focal seizures. And I'm also wondering if they could be panic attacks. If you have any of these things, it would be super helpful if you could list your symptoms and how you figured out what it was. I have an EEG and MRI scheduled, but they aren't for a while. The joy of Boston wait times. So it would be helpful if I could get any advice from others' experiences have been. For reference, my symptoms are feeling deja vu, jamas vu, a rising butterfly sensation in my stomach, deep confusion, like knowing where I am, even in a familiar location, light sensitivity, being completely unable to respond, but fully or mostly fully aware, and a feeling of nausea, also feeling like there's something important I need to know, but I'm incapable of remembering. I also freeze up, kind of. These episodes last only 1 to 2 minutes, but often come in clusters of 2 to 4. I usually get a headache, not necessarily a migraine, and I'm super tired and disorientated. It would be super helpful if anyone could help me out what this might be. It happens 1 to 2 times per week, but often in clusters. So I have more than just one episode at a time. I still get normal migraines in addition to this. Tips on getting a neuro appointment earlier would also be very helpful. I want to add that I'm not seeking medical advice. I would love to hear others' experiences with their own symptoms rather than get advice from mine. Thank you. That doesn't make sense. Sometimes I don't just want to talk about my symptoms. I'm trying to give advice. Um,
Sounds very much like focals to me.
yeah, I was gonna say that too. Sounds like focals, and then the panic attack part. I don't know. You gotta see a doctor for that one. Sounds like focals. But yeah, don't let the emergency room tell you that either.
And don't let them pawn it off as panic attacks because to me that doesn't sound like a panic attack at all. It sounds exactly like a focal.
Okay.
What do
Yeah.
you think, Mark?
Um, y- y- yeah. And just to touch on what Pookie said there, um, like don't let the ER tell you. Um, yeah, it just the ER is there to make sure that in that moment you are not going to die. They are not there to diagnose anything. They do not know how to diagnose anything except an emergency situation. Is it lethal in that moment? Yes or no? If no, then they don't have any expertise. Um, they are not qualified. So yeah, do not let, and I say that with all respect, like, I've pointed this out. My sister's an ER nurse, and she does not talk about diagnosing people. They just treat them, keep them alive, and, you know, put on a cast or bandages. But um, yeah, it sounds like a pretty classic focal sort of collection of symptoms. Um, as far as experiences with panic attacks, um, the um, like an easy way to tell whether it's an actual panic attack or not is there a reason for you to be experiencing anxiety or panic in that moment, right? Because I had been diagnosed with my focals as panic attacks for like no, I know I remember them going back at least as far as like 2013, 2014. So um yeah, they just would kind of appear out of nowhere. They're really freak me out, and the panic, sense of doom part of it kind of makes makes it very reasonable to say it's panic. But um it would come out of the blue, no context for anything. I'd just be sitting at my desk doing whatever at work, and then it's like, what the hell? There is no reason to panic while sitting at my desk, just getting ready to get up and go to lunch. Um, that's yeah. So that's something to take note of if you're an individual who is particularly prone to anxiety and panic issues, like I am, which is also another part of the complication, in my case, because I do actually get genuine panic attacks. I am diagnosed with panic disorder, um, and um, um, yeah, when it happens, there's a reason that it's happening, and it's different from the uh, focal sort of panic because it's not, the focals don't come with the same degree of uh, like your nervous system is absolutely bathing in adrenaline. Um, like, I don't know, my focals are always a lot more cerebral than they are uh, visceral in that sense. It's a sense of doom, not a fight or flight sort of thing. So it's um, that's an interesting um, feature or distinction that also kind of bothered me when I was getting treated as though it's panic disorder. Um, but I mean, it was genuinely helpful when I was actually panicking. And they treated it with clonazepam also, which is genuinely helpful for focals also. So yeah, so that's another thing. They treated the focals with clonazepam, and they subsided somewhat. And so it was seen as evidence that it was panic. It was not actually seizures. I don't think that they even seriously brought it up after doing a single MRI and a 30-minute EEG. Um, yeah, I hope that OP is not an individual who has panic uh, as part of their whole symptomology, because that can definitely complicate things when trying to um, seek a diagnosis like this. Uh, but if they do have it, then it's important to pay attention to the context that these things are happening. So that's my experience, basically, and what has helped me. So, like OP was saying, I'm not looking for advice, being told what to do, just want to hear people's stories. So that's me, basically. My how I would differentiate them. So
Um, oh my goodness, I had something. I got something else because I forgot what I was gonna say. It says, how do you tell someone you like how bad your seizures really are? I want to tell him that I have focals, so sometimes he may never notice. I want to tell him that I have TCs, but I don't want to scare him. What would you do?
Be honest.
Yeah, just throw it out there. It's got to happen sooner or later. Why not now? Hiding it might not be good because you want to wait till you have a seizure and to tell them the next. Yeah, it's gonna be like you didn't tell me this. They weren't prepared for your seizure just to happen on your first date or something like that.
Be honest and tell them how to handle it if it does happen, because that way, I mean, if they're worth it, they'll stick around. If they're not, don't waste your time.
Right.
yeah, I guess in that
Uh,
sense, it's kind of an interesting, like, roundabout filter. There's most other people who don't have epilepsy don't get that sort of, you know, only the quality um long-term individuals need apply. And yeah, just upfront, here's what I mean, not like right out of the gate, you know, with the
If it looks like it's leading towards any kind of relationship, you need to tell them though.
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Have
it
that
just says, how do I
conversation.
tell him? She said, how does it tell him? How do I tell him how bad it is? He knows she has seizures, but
Oh,
I'm assuming he doesn't know they're bad because she did say he might. Yeah, basically, she could have a focal. How do I tell him he might not notice? Um, you just tell him ahead of time, get it out of the way. That right there says where the future might head. Um, that's messed up, though. Because I know it's possible that some people might be like, okay, I'm not trying to go through that. Yeah, you don't want to get left behind when you or get ghosted or something 6 months in when you finally have a seizure or something. That's just me. Uh, I like people to be honest. Let me know how it is. Let me know the truth. Uh, yeah. Don't be afraid to tell me the truth. I like honesty. Even if you think it's going to hurt my feelings, just let me know. Yeah, so you guys would basically be like, hey, my seizures are bad. It's the consensus here. I go through some of the comments, and one says, I wish I realized this earlier in life. If a guy isn't okay with your epilepsy, they aren't worth your time. If he suddenly decides he is done when you disclose your epilepsy, it shows how the little guy even cared and how little he was genuinely invested in you. Got another one that says, I'm not going to wreck his life. It's not going to wreck his life to date you long enough to know whether you two start to think in longer terms. That is to say, if it turns out to be a deal breaker after a year or two. You haven't ruined his life or deprived him of his future. If you start talking about moving forward or moving in together, or it feels like it's turning into something serious, that would be a reasonable time to say something. It'd be like talking about having kids. Don't get married before the conversation, but etiquette doesn't really require a conversation during the dating phase. Yeah, I'm definitely pointing it out before dating. Yeah, depends on how invested you plan on getting. Because that could hurt. I just keep thinking somebody get ghosted after however long you wait, find out that person's not really into you like you think they're into you. Yeah. Uh, I got one here. It says, what are things you miss that you can't do anymore because of epilepsy? Just the title. Vent all you want to me. I listen and respond to every comment. I want to know all the passions that you had to reluctantly give up. Driving, not going to concerts, sports like hiking, swimming, cycling, etc., drinking, traveling, good memory, not being tired, good mental and physical health, not being treated like a child, getting no respect, being alone, the sun, substance, culture, your future, confidence, personality, not being scared, independence, jobs or financial situation, being comfortable, memories of youth, and so much more. And most importantly, freedom. Uh, this person said a lot of things.
Yeah, I think that was pretty
Nothing that I really
comprehensive.
missed too much. Say that again.
I think their list was pretty comprehensive.
Yeah. I don't think I missed any of those. Driving, I knew I wasn't going to be able to drive because it happened when I was a teen. Uh, not being tired. Um, that's why I take this. So yeah, that takes all the fatigue that a lot of people get from these medications. Because man, if I didn't have it, um, life is good. I have no complaints. It is what it is, and it is what it's going to be. Uh, Mark, you got anything?
I got epilepsy.
Good enough. I like that answer. I got something here for me and Andrea. It says, does lamotrigine make you sensitive to light? I take lamotrigine and Keppra for almost a year. For Keppra, it's 3 years. I started lamotrigine last year, and I noticed that sometimes I get really sensitive to lights. My phone, the lamp, the sun, everything that has light automatically makes me want to close my eyes and never open them. The thing is that it's not all the time. It's actually rare. It's rare that it happens at random day and random time. I just start TP, get sensitive, and when I go to sleep the next morning, I'm perfectly fine. I also had an eye problem years ago before I even had epilepsy. Uveitis. Okay, it is spelled Uveitis. Uveitis?
Good enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say good enough. That stayed for 3 months, and during that time, I was also very sensitive. Had to wear sunlight all day. So maybe something started and just comes randomly. So, do you think that it's a treatment? Uh, Lamotrigine doesn't make me sensitive to light. I mean, the doctor already told me I'm legally blind. So, uh, another thing I wanted to point out is my vision has got much better than it was before that last seizure. I'm gonna ask anybody ever experienced anything like that? Um,
Sensitivity
it's
to light is a symptom of uveitis, which is an inflammation of the middle layer of the eye. And common symptoms include sensitivity to light. So it could be
oh,
that. I can't really say if I'm sensitive to light or not. I have been accused of living in a cave, so
yeah, I love the dark. I love having blacked out curtains. Uh, but yeah, for me, it doesn't make me sensitive to light. Uh, make sure you check your side effects next time. One comment here says, yes, I have random mild light sensitivity, but you get used to it. Got something here that says EMU. I have a 3-day EMU visit at Lenox Hospital in Manhattan. I was wondering what all of you suggest I bring. So far, from looking on this and other groups, I know the feeling. Button down shirt, underwear, computer, switch, phone, cards, toiletries. I'm also going to bring bath sponges I have from past surgeries. Does it make sense to bring PJ pants, or do you think they'll make me wear a gown the whole time? Finally, does anyone here have any recommendations for head covering from when I leave? No recommendations for the head covering. Uh, I think they make you wear a gown. Not 100% sure, but
they didn't make me wear a gown. I was wearing pajamas the whole time or leggings. Just have to be the button up top.
okay. Nice.
I
Good
took
to
my Fire
know.
Stick so I could watch all my streaming services.
Good to know. Next time I'll take my Fire Stick. Uh, one of the comments here says I did the EMU last October. My stay was very short because testing on the first day demonstrated I was repeatedly photosensitive. They confirmed functional seizures, was given a gown and had to stay in bed, required to request assistance to use the bathroom, allow a shower before leaving, to wash the EEG glue off my head and hair. Stayed one night. I brought a backlog of Wired and Make magazine to occupy me. Didn't get a chance to read very much. Downside of EMU I experienced is all the forcing me to have seizures made them more prevalent for a couple months.
Snacks are good too in case the food sucks.
What if you like I wonder if they'll let you call Uber Eats or DoorDash some stuff.
That I don't know. But I literally had like a little suitcase just full of snacks.
Yeah, I had a laundry basket,
Oh no.
but
I figured
I
that
only
out.
needed a laundry basket size because I also brought my Xbox in there.
Okay.
But
Somebody told
good.
me
That was worth it. Having Xbox.
someone told me if you get the ice chest before you go, they'll let you bring a big one so you can put a bunch of ice in there with stuff and stuff. Uh,
Oh, get some dry
but
ice.
I did,
That'll keep it cool the whole time. You have some dry ice in the bottom.
oh,
Go and ask the
that's a
EMU
good
what they
idea.
allow and what they suggest.
Yeah, be like, you guys got some vodka on hand?
Medicinal. Medicinal vodka.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
no, someone told me that the hospital had vodka. I don't even know what hospital that was, but yeah, there was a post where a person said hospital brand vodka. Uh,
Hey, I mean, with that that law banning home distillation being struck down as unconstitutional, we might have all kinds of new vodka brands coming up in the near future, right? If you can distill it yourself. So I wonder if if the hospital had like an exemption and they were actually distilling the vodka and if it was like actually hospital vodka or if they got it from like some liquor company that just put a different label on it, you know. Um,
all right, we'll be here.
that,
Um,
excuse me.
yeah,
Um,
got something here about memory issues. Says, hi all. Haven't been diagnosed with epilepsy, but I'm considering seeking advice after some strange instances that have happened before. I've had obvious reoccurring deja vu and more recently, reveille, which has been unsettling. However, in the last month, I've also started having instances that bring the same feeling as deja vu, but instead, I just remember something, and I'm not even sure that what I'm remembering has actually happened. It really takes me back to afterwards. Oh, takes me aback, and afterwards, I can't really remember what I was just remembering. I wonder if anyone experienced something similar. There's a term for it, or if it could be, in fact, be something else entirely. I don't think I've experienced the deja reveille. Uh,
Let's see. Let me just see how if we're pronouncing these correct. I know I got deja vu correctly. I checked,
the
and the other one, it's
deja
actually
vu,
jamais vu. The
Thomas
AIS
vu.
jamais vu. Yeah,
Okay.
because they're French words, so the
Jamais vu.
pronunciation is, yeah. So déjà vu, jamais vu. Um, déjà rêve, pronunciation, déjà rêve, rêve,
Deja
rêve.
Reve and
Yeah,
Jacques. Um,
déjà rêve. There we go. So, was that it? Was there another one, or is that
no,
those are the
obvious
only ones I
reoccurring
can?
deja vu, and more recently, Reve. So, um, yeah, I
Deja
mean, I wouldn't
vu.
say those are seizures in particular, uh, because I seen a commercial that said for auras, and I thought auras were specifically seizures, but the commercial said, yeah, I forgot what medication it was. Um, yeah, memory is gonna be bad. Get used to it, or work on some of those. They have like puzzles and stuff. Make sure your cognitive doesn't decline too fast. And yeah, work on word games like crosswords and stuff. Or words with friends is a good one because it keeps you going because the other person goes and then it's like a back and forth over and over. Uh, but to this post, what does it say? Memory episodes. One comment says, those sound exactly like mine. And I have epilepsy, but the brain is funny. So whoever knows, I will say that it would be a good idea to get a medical workup and a referral to a neurologist. Another comment here says, yep, also memory loss after you come out of a seizure, like you see the world differently. Another comment here says, this is kind of how mine started. I had deja vu of having a conversation with an older couple. When I came out of it, I didn't remember the conversation at all, but I knew I had no idea who those old people were. I haven't got to experience those yet. Deja vu or deja reveille. I wonder, are they scary? You ever experience that?
I mean, it's they were. I don't know about Rivet. Um, Deja vu. When I've experienced it, it's more disconcerting. Um, I believe it comes. It you can experience it on a spectrum of intensity. And I don't get like really strong, intense senses of deja vu. It's more just a confusing, like, what the hell is going on? Hasn't this happened before? But I've experienced it so many times with the focals that I'm almost used to it. It's not that confusing or upsetting anymore. Not in the sense of or not in the sense that most people would, with the whole, it's more just like upsetting because I'm having another focal again. It's happening again. Not what the hell is happening. Haven't I been here before? No, I figured that part out enough. So yeah, it's upsetting more than um confusing or scary, you know.
All right, I got something here. says melatonin. Just
Mm.
wondering if anyone has been prescribed with melatonin regarding not getting enough rest. I find it difficult to recharge well. The carbamazepine actually does a great job of helping with sleep quality, just drowsy after effects throughout the day. But the switch from carbamazepine to lamotrigine, everything seems to be opposite. It is difficult to recharge if waking up after a 4 to 5 hour rest. It's impossible to fall asleep again. Melatonin gives severe morning headaches. Another would be tinnitus. I find it weird as it appears every day, always when the environment is quiet. Feels like you're tripping out. Ongoing, ongoing cricket noise nonstop. Would anyone have any recommendations going about? Uh, they tried to give me that, um, but they gave me hydroxyzine and told me take it with melatonin. Uh, but I think I was doing the podcast the next day and I didn't have time to go get it. So I took the hydroxyzine and then we were talking about stuff like side effects and stuff. And I checked the side effects on that. And the side effects are seizures on hydroxyzine. So then I was just like, well, yeah, so I'm taking that because that obviously makes no sense. Um, Now I just accept the insomnia. Uh, just gotta go with the punches. Yeah. So melatonin would be nice, but I can't take it with anything else because what they gave me last time, hydroxyzine, um, lowers my threshold. You
Well,
ever take?
melatonin is different though. Melatonin is a natural neurotransmitter that occurs in the brain. It's a derivative of serotonin. It's naturally produced in the brain as part of your brain's natural sleep cycle. Melatonin is basically what makes your brain sleepy um, at night and why you're drowsy in the morning because your brain still has melatonin going on. That's why doctors often recommend for health reasons, it's good to get sunlight directly on your face first thing in the morning. It helps establish the circadian rhythm very well because the brain stops producing melatonin from the nighttime when it has that signal of sunlight from the sunrise coming up that we were built for basically to shut off and signal it's daytime, time to go do stuff. Um, so, um, that's what the brain starts producing when the sun goes down at night, why you start getting sleepy at night. So that's part of what happens, part of why the um, digital screen time is such an issue for people with uh, regard to their sleep is because the especially the blue light frequencies, but the light from the screens, you're watching or holding and looking at, all um, signals to the brain that it's still daylight. It's not time to start producing melatonin. The blue, if you think about it, the blue light from these lights comes, the signal, and the reason that the blue light is such a strongly established signal for daylight is because the sky is blue. All of that blue from the oxygen in the atmosphere and everything. When the sun is up, we see a lot of blue and stuff. And when the sun goes down, we don't have that blue out there anymore. At most, we have, fires, campfires at night, or at least that's what we used to. Now we've got as much blue light as we want anytime we want it. So the brain doesn't know naturally when it's time to actually start producing its own melatonin. So that's basically the reasoning behind a doctor recommending that you start taking or try taking or melatonin to help you sleep, is because that's what your brain normally does, and that cycle is what is being disrupted. So um, it's not something like the medication. I forgot the name of it. The antihistamine. Um, Melatonin won't cause an increase in seizures. You know, at least no more than your brain would normally have anyway, because your brain naturally has all kinds of serotonin just all over.
Oh no, just the hydroxyzine what said what was going to cause seizures, uh,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the melatonin.
Yeah, so yeah, the antihistamine, that makes sense that that causes. Um, but yeah, I would really suggest trying the melatonin if you haven't yet for your sleep. Um, because it's, all of that, that's um what goes on in the brain at night. It turns on melatonin production to help it go to sleep. So if it's having trouble doing that, then give it a try. See if it can help start that process earlier in the evening, and it might help you.
Hmm. Okay. First comment here says, "Ooh, that is in a different language."
Oh,
Ooh, but I want to read it. Um, it says, "Ish nume jadine abend melatonin." Or you probably could tell me what language this is.
I think that's German. ICH at the
Yeah,
beginning, the first word. Ich. Yeah, that's I in German. I didn't catch the
I
rest of it, but
Neme is Nehme.
mm, yeah, I
I
don't know
just thought it
German.
was funny to pronounce it. Ish
Yeah,
Neme
ich,
Jadin
ich.
abends melatonin. One Jade Versh Verschreibung. I gotta spell that to you. Verscreibung. Verschreibung or something like that. S Toot Mergut. uh,
I don't know.
I don't even know what that says. It was just funny to do that. But yeah, you know how I feel about other languages when I could
Yeah,
just feel like I
German,
can pronounce it.
German, maybe Dutch. I don't know.
When I was a kid, they used to say sound it out. And I asked how to spell stuff.
You were
But
being taught with the English tool set for those letters. So that's not the way that a native born German would handle
um,
those in their mouth, you know.
they'd probably laugh at my pronunciation, right?
I don't know. Maybe Germans are generally a very stiff people. They're not known for their strong sense of humor, you know. Um,
I can see that.
I shouldn't. German, it's not like they don't have any sense, but it's different from, English, British humor, American humor in ways that make it I don't know, the humor is lost in translation between, from German to English. I don't know how much English to German humor. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Germans find American humor quite entertaining. Um, when we had um, or when I had German colleagues coming uh, and working here for, a short time, they were so excited to come to the United States. They wanted to eat at Cheesecake Factory because they enjoyed Big Bang Theory so much, and so that was that was their thing. Penny worked at the Cheesecake Factory, and yeah, we want to see that. They were very surprised at how different the Cheesecake Factory actually is compared to what the TV show depicts. It's basically just a like a burger joint on Big Bang Theory. At least that was what I remember. I haven't watched that show in a long time, but they
They were
loved they
probably
loved
so
Big Bang Theory.
disappointed.
Huh?
So they were probably so disappointed.
Well, the food was great. It's a much nicer, more upscale place than they um would
They
have
showed on
been
Big Bang
getting
Theory.
from the TV show. We could take them somewhere if they just wanted a like a burger joint, a generic kind of burger, somewhat bland decoration burger joint, you know. I don't remember it being distinctive in any way. It was kind of just tables and like gray carpet and stuff. I don't know. Maybe that just wasn't what they wanted the viewers to focus on. Um, Probably because they couldn't actually emulate the real life Cheesecake Factory without paying them some sort of exorbitant uh,
Yeah,
licensing
it looked
fee
like
or
she
something.
worked at like a diner.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know. They were they enjoyed it, but they were kind of you know
Mm.
ah I don't know. Disappointed isn't the right word, but it was yeah, it was interesting. They were good time. But yeah, I don't uh,
Um, I got something here for me and you. Uh, it says, "Wow, I didn't know it was this long."
mm,
Found out I had undiagnosed epilepsy around 20 years. Advice? Long story short, my parents gaslit me into believing I had anxiety and unrelated sleep issues all my life. It became a normalized joke that I'd sleepwalk or beat them as a kid while I was sleeping. The sleep issues probably started from when I was around 4 to 5. Anxiety was diagnosed when I was 9 or 10. I've had hyperkinetic nocturnal seizures for probably 20 plus years. My anxiety, in quote, anxiety is actually in autonomic, uh, autonomic form. Is it autonomic? Autonomic form of epilepsy. So, no shit, I was anxious. It was so validating to see the EEG and EMU, and have proof that I wasn't overacting. I actually worked in behavioral healthcare because of the positive influence my therapist and CBT have had on me. I only started assuming it wasn't anxiety related when when it started affecting my work performance. My job let me go because I was calling off so much. I'd have the symptoms of my panic attacks, but never had any internalized anxiety. So I'd be doing my mindfulness, CBT, etc., and then realize this isn't helping. If anything, it's making it worse.
Mm.
Prior to being prescribed Briviac, I was waking up in the middle of the night or early in the morning, gasping for air, vomiting because my HR and BP slowed down so much. These two episodes have gone down from 3 to 5 times a week to once or twice a month, which has made a huge difference. But I've still have, I don't know if it's autonomic or is it autonomic.
Autonomic.
Okay. Autonomic seizures. My neurologist is still going over the results and trying to figure out the type of epilepsy I have, if the medication actually makes a sense to continue, trying versus alternative options. One of my biggest issues right now is that I almost always get the aura, but can't recognize that it's a sign of a seizure. I'm so used to interpreting every physical sensation as anxiety that I immediately assume it's that even if I'm anxious. So basically, I just ignore or redirect the internalization as if it were anxiety, which obviously isn't helpful for seizures. I don't have much of support system beyond my therapist and neurologist right now. Right now, I'm planning on going back to school. Thankfully, this will also allow me to continue receiving health insurance and taking advantage of some of the ADA benefits my city has for public transport. I'd like to get a serving dog in the future, but I know that's kind of a long process. I'd really appreciate any advice from others. Oh, yeah, I'm glad I read all that. I thought it would take longer than it did. But after finding out you were undiagnosed, now it's just time. Advice would be you're a strong person. You did this for 20 years, unmedicated. Uh, can't get no worse than that. I don't think the medication is going to make you have more seizures, so it'll probably slow down what you were having before having medication. You know what I mean, Mark? Can't hear you. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I zoned out and I looked something up and I did not listen at all. I did not hear what you said. So I'm sorry, but what?
This person just got diagnosed after 20 years. They need
Mhm.
some advice. Uh, but I said, based on dealing with that for 20 years and now finding out you have epilepsy and diagnosed, you're a strong person. Your journey hasn't just begun. Your journey of just finding out and
Mm.
treating it has begun. But I would assume because you weren't on medication, that it would just be better now that you are on medication because they said it went down from 4 to 5 times a month to 1 and 2 times a month. So medication, they should be doing very good. Don't be sad. It should only get better from here.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, it's not just starting. It's been going on a long time. This is, yeah, like you said, it's more like a new chapter than a new
Yeah.
adventure or a new story here. So yeah, I don't know if that would be a helpful shift in their mind though. But I certainly think it's a good way to look about it. Not necessarily so easy to feel that way though, right? Just because someone has told you that. So, I don't know. Um, they,
Um, I was just saying doing better than me, but now that I think about it, not really. He's having 1 to 2 a month. That's good if you want from four
that's
to
not
five,
bad. Yeah. And the
especially for
medication,
unmedicated.
reducing them some, that's a good making progress.
He got it from 4 to 5 a month unmedicated to still still unmedicated. Got it down to once and twice a month, which
Yeah.
is good because now that you're on medication, that should help.
It
Uh,
should. It doesn't always though. It can be bad. I've had that um Briviact for me made caused me to just seize like crazy. So um yeah, it's not to scare this person off either, though. I don't maybe I shouldn't have said that. But I don't know. Maybe it's important to keep in mind though, I guess, as you go into it that not everything that doctors try will work. Don't necessarily assume that just because they've given you a prescription that it's going to work. Or don't assume that if they have to try more than one, that it means that they don't know what they're doing either. Everybody's different. Everybody responds to medications differently. So it's part of the process to try a medication and see if it works, and if it doesn't, to try a different one. And so that trial and error gets a lot of people really riled up and angry at their doctor because it feels like they're putting them through a whole series of, when they don't even, they have no idea how any of this works. They don't know what they're doing. I mean, yeah, pretty much. If somebody's seizures go away entirely from the very first medication they get prescribed, that's good for them, pure luck. That's not because the doctors knew that would do the trick. They'd probably be just as surprised. Um, but um, that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm
right.
probably not very reassuring here, but um, I don't know. It's um if I'd known that the whole process would be like a multi-year like thing of trying medications and this one and that one and then add that one and then add that one too and try that one again and then and install this implant and try that and then fiddle with that, tune that up and down and maybe tweak them a little medication while tweaking the thing and stuff. So, um, yeah, it's not, um, no, I don't know. I feel like I'm just rambling now. Don't have much of a
I got
direction.
something for you. Well, for both of us, but it's about an EEG, and you've had one more recently than I have. It says, in an EEG and need to ask. Currently, I'm in the process of my first EEG video monitoring. I'm just curious, has anyone else stayed a few days and they couldn't get an episode? I'm stressing out because I've been on here. I've been in here since Wednesday morning after days of being monitored and my neurologist lowering the dose of my Keppra and lamotrigine. Still haven't had one. Then I feel like once I leave, it's all over again. And I'm back to my seizures. Um,
Yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not always the first thing that you try
yeah.
that works out. Um,
Right. Some people
I've,
don't have them and go to a couple of them.
yeah,
And
I've done 5 days, and it sucked every time. But
you have no
only,
seizures?
huh?
You had no seizures?
No. First one, I didn't have any seizures. Third one, I didn't have any seizures. Second one, I got two, and that's the one that got um the official recording and official epilepsy stamp. Um, but yeah, they couldn't repeat that on the third one either. So um, yeah, it's uh always going to be a crapshoot with those unless you really have pretty reliable um I don't know what to say, well-behaved seizures, something that will perform on command. um I don't know. I've never been that good at cooperating with anybody.
Um, yeah, when I had my EEG last, um, I didn't have an episode. They tried and they tried. So if you can, do what you got to do to have that seizure. Um, yeah, do what you got to do. Make sure you try to have it. If you're trying to get medication, you can be trying to get an actual diagnosis. Do what you got to do. You need seizures. That's the reason you're there. Wait, you need seizure activity, something. Andrea, has anyone ever stayed a few days and couldn't get an episode? And just give me a brief story.
About my EMU.
Yes.
I logged in on Monday. They weaned me off my pills, and I went home on Saturday, and absolutely nothing happened other than I sat in a bed. There's not
Oh,
much to
nice.
tell.
That's good enough. Brief story. That was it. Yeah. Good times. I didn't have any. I left the next day. Um, I got something here, and it says, "How are your muscle aches after a TC or focal to bilateral TC? Do you feel pain all over, or only in some muscles? What about tongue pain, headache, shoulders? Not always the same pain pattern." Yeah, it's been 2 weeks. I still feel the pain. Uh, it's all right. It's tolerable. Uh, could go to the
Depends on the
doctor.
seizure.
Huh?
It depends on the seizure. I mean,
Oh yeah. Okay. So this was a TC, I think. I just remember getting to the hospital and I still feel the pain. That TC has holds me back. I gotta go to the doctor soon. So
Yes, you should.
it's in 2 weeks, and I don't know what's worse, the thumb or the shoulder. Uh, yeah. So, um,
You know, if you went to the doctor, they might be able to give you something that would help.
they're
Mister, I
gonna
got
try.
injured with my TC.
6, 5, 4,
They're gonna try to. Oh,
1.
it's about to go down.
Yeah, just with the boosters. Blast off.
Yeah.
Go Rocket, go.
Oh, you should have told me like 2 minutes ahead of time.
I'm sorry.
Is it near me or near you?
No, this one's over here. It's cloudy outside. Actually, I might. Hold on.
It's all right. Um, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too cloudy out there, but it just went supersonic.
hmm. Um, got something here. Suing your job. Just looking for advice. I found out my manager has been wanting to take me off of the schedule because of my epilepsy. I have rarely called out. I'm an eye for an eye person. I won't just let that happen. Has anyone sued their employer or have any experience suing an employer for similar reasons? If so, was it worth it? Did you get any compensation? And how did you go about it? Um, as close as I got to suing a job would be a class action lawsuit. And I did none of the work. I did get compensation. It wasn't worth it. It's like $19. There's so many people at the company, so we split the lawsuit basically. Like I said, it was almost $20. And you guys ever sued your job or place of work?
No, I have
That's
not.
good. Go through the comments here. One says contact a lawyer first. Another comment says have accommodations been agreed upon for your epilepsy? Are they holding up their end of the bargain? This is a good question for the legal sub. Way too many variables to determine an outcome. I'm betting they would advise an attorney as well. Got one here and it says, so I'm a lawyer. And yes, employers get sued for stuff like this all the time. And the consequences can be serious. Most cases settle in the 5-figure range, but 6 and 7 payouts are not uncommon. There's also a huge number of attorneys that will take the case for no compensation up front and charge for a percentage of the judgment so you can do it without coming out of pocket. In the meantime, try to document anything and everything as closely as possible. We got a lawyer that's taking Kepra and she has an RNS. Wait, it might not have been a she, but yeah, Kepra and lamotrigine and Omvi and an RNS. I thought you come off the meds once you get the thing, get the RNS, or you lower the meds or something like that. I may just be
Not
tripping.
guaranteed with any surgery that you'll be med free.
Okay. I got something here, and it says to not drink or do drink. Last August, I went out and partied hard alongside several beers and cider. I downed an entire bottle of Jägermeister, 700 milliliters. Woke up next morning, went outside, woke up later with an IV drip in my arm, and been really passionate about both cars and motorcycles. And now I'm going another summer without a license. I lied earlier this year when talking to my doctor about getting my driver's license, and now I'm not sure if I'll even get it after a year from that has passed. Don't lie to your doctor and drink responsibly. I know. And yes, I'm a yak ass. I know I'm a risk for other people in traffic. It just sucks ass. So, to my fellow youngsters out there, dear God, take it easy with the booze. The question here was to drink or to not drink. I say don't drink.
Definitely not an entire bottle of Jägermeister.
No shit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how big that
Not even
is.
the not even the gag factor. Just don't drink a whole bottle of any kind of alcohol.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Jägermeister just makes it worse because it's gross, but don't drive. Come hang out with us.
Yeah,
We're we're pretty cool.
never had Jaeger. Uh,
Do you
is
like
that the
black
one they
licorice?
say?
Yeah.
That is the one they say tastes like black licorice, right? Okay, I've heard of it, never had it or seen it or.
Yeah. Or Jaeger bombs weirdly taste like root beer somehow. The combination of Red Bull with
Uh,
Jägermeister is root beer.
yeah, I when I was like my college days, my like early 20s, I drank Jaeger like it was fucking water. I loved the shit out of that stuff, and I haven't had
No.
even a sip of it in like I want to say probably at least 10 years, if not longer, because every time I see it or yeah, drink it, it just reminds me of how fucking stupid I used to be. So I just don't want to have it again. I feel like it would make me, I'd have one shot of it, and I feel like it would make me want to have another dozen of them. My best friend and I, yeah, at the time, our early 20s, like we would literally drink, but just between him and I, the large bottle of it, not what this person's bringing up, the 750 of it, but the fucking
Yeah.
like
The handle,
the larger, yeah. I can't remember. It was like a liter and a half. I can't remember what size that was.
1.75, I think.
Yes, yes, the 1.75. Yes, that was on the label on the front. Yeah, and just him and I would finish it. We would just get like your like small 1 liter of, Coca-Cola and just use that as a quick sip after, each time we would just chug the Jaeger and then just a sip of the soda. And
Sorry.
yeah,
That's
it
just
was.
gross.
Oh, I mean, I still like the taste of it, but yeah, it's gross what my behavior was for sure. I'm not, yeah, not. That's why I say I avoid it now. I'm not happy with my past actions, so I don't. Yeah, I try and avoid that. Like I said earlier, I still drink a little. I still drink here and there, but yeah, not that stuff because I know I'll do what this person did and wake up in the morning killing the entire bottle.
That sucks. Um, okay. So yeah, like I said, some of these
Yeah, no,
comments
like you said,
and some
don't whoever that is, don't do it. Don't have a whole bottle of that. And then I think Andrea said, don't have a whole bottle of anything. I mean, epilepsy or not, that's still not a great idea, right?
Mm.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, that's a tough
without
situation.
I got some comments here. One says, "Don't down an entire bottle of Jägermeister is pretty solid advice for anyone." Another comment says, "That would have put me in the hospital, epilepsy or not. You've learned a life lesson, at least. Ha ha." Another comment here says, "Probably because you had a whole bottle to yourself. Hello, I have a marg or two when I go out for dinner, and it's never been a problem. My neurologist at a level 4 hospital epilepsy center said I can drink in moderation, one drink every hour, but no more than 4 or 5, and only once a week, and no drinks if I'm already sleep deprived because that's my main seizure trigger. I haven't had a problem following her advice."
Feel like if you need to make that many rules around something that you want to do, it's probably not something you should be doing at, at all,
Right.
you know.
Gotcha.
No more than one an hour, no more than 4 or 5 at a time, no more than once a week. It's like,
Just don't drink.
It's
what
like I
kind
gotta
of
keep it
red
5 a day
flags
then.
going off here? This is, might not be a good idea to be doing at all. Maybe. There's
I would
none
still
of it.
have I would still have a drink like at a holiday party or something like that, but that's me, but I'm not going to have more than maybe one or two drinks, and that's very rarely. I've had zero alcohol since last July, you know.
I haven't had alcohol since last Easter. I don't know what day it was, but that
That was
was
just a few months ago. Are you
huh?
talking about the year before? Like a few months
Year
ago at
before.
Easter or the year before?
2025.
Okay.
Um it's funny how fast 2026 is going. Uh
Yeah.
Time sped up like in the past 6 to 8 months, I think.
I feel like it's sped up a lot once we start doing the morning show. And
Mm.
now that there's like 2 full days I could edit. Wait, 3? Uh Time flies because those days aren't always next to each other.
Mm.
Yeah. Uh but yeah, I make it happen. Edit the videos when it needs to happen. The lives don't need to be edited. Got them there. Uh yeah, need to make shorts. Um Another comment here says I learned many a lesson the hard way, but my brother in Christ, a bottle of Jaeger, I would have been throwing up after the second swig. Two more comments. One says, "I'm sorry, my guy. To be fair, 700 milliliters of Jaeger after all that would have put anybody in the hospital." Another comment says, "I'm sorry, but indeed you are a yak ass. I'm completely understand the pain of losing driver's license. I had that 8 years ago, but I didn't know I didn't drink ever since I got my license." Okay.
A yak ass.
That is how it's spelled. Um, YAKASS. Just if you thought my pronunciation was off a little bit.
So
That's
I think it's great that they spelled it out phonetically there because you can't use the little linguistic word game, verbally without being face to face, right? Germans pronounce the letter J as we do the letter Y. So hence the
yeah.
pronunciation of Jägermeister. which literally translates to hunting master or hunt master. Uh, and so yeah, using the German pronunciation of the J at the beginning of jackass would be jackass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, which they spell J-A.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it says, oh
Somebody typed
wow.
that out? That's crazy.
I like that they did.
How did they spell that?
Oh no, I was like, what are we talking about? No one
I
spelled
know, I know. I'm messing around, but I know.
that. It says, are my unexplained MRI findings actually significant to my seizures? Okay, this will be a long post. Oh no, we don't have time for this. Anybody out there watching? I hope you
I
understand that that post was extremely long.
I got all day, man.
Hey, don't say that because I don't want to read a super long one and you lose track of what we're even talking about. That's why I don't like
Yeah,
reading those.
yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah, you're right. That would probably happen to me.
Yeah, I gotta go feed the
This
cats,
is
guys. I'll be back in a little bit. Um,
um and Andrea, you ever have any? Oh yeah, you have had a seizure while sleeping, right?
My first one was while I was sleeping. Actually, my first couple were while I was asleep.
All right then. I'm ready for you for this one. It says seizures when sleeping. One of my friends recently passed away, and it was likely that a long seizure caused her to aspirate on her saliva while she was sleeping. And I can't help but feel frustrated because this whole thing felt so preventable. I keep thinking that this has something to do with this has something. Wait, okay. This has to be something that is semi common or just thought of for those who have seizures. And I think the grief of just making me want the grief of just making me want to think that this has to be some sort of medical neglect or malpractice from their doctor or provider. Does such a machine or special sleeping instruction exist for those with epilepsy, or was this just a really unfortunate event that happened? Okay, you guys, there were no periods or commas there or question marks, except for the last question mark. Um,
It's
yes,
most likely a very unfortunate event.
there you go. I think they're all very unfortunate, but
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not anything the doctors could have done if they were doing their best to get their seizures under control, but didn't. Seizures happen. There's not really any kind of device or anything that's going to prevent that or alert, I don't know if they make alarms or anything, but even the alarms they have like in the hospital beds and stuff in the seizure units aren't reliable. I will use that word for the fact of there's a lot of false alarms and stuff. Seizures happen. They suck. And
just life.
it's quite right. It's quite possible that nothing could have been done, even if someone was there. My first seizure I had when I was sleeping woke my partner of the time and freaked him out tremendously because I'd never had one before. And I came out of the seizure and regained consciousness. Apparently, he thought I was back, and I said I needed to go to the bathroom, and I went in and tried to crash through the glass shower doors. And when I fell, and then I was, when I came around, basically just told, baby, you need to put some pants on. The paramedics are coming. And they didn't even do anything. They checked my vitals and they're like, okay, well, you should follow up with your primary care provider.
Sounds as careless as
I was
Pookie's
gonna
last
say
paramedic
that
were.
brief. Like,
They're
all
like,
right,
you're fine.
we'll
You
take your
had a
word.
seizure. Right.
You're
They're like,
wrong.
you're okay now. You had a seizure. Follow up with your primary care provider. But I mean, and honestly, I was already back by then. So even if they had taken me to the ER, there wouldn't have been anything they would have done at the ER.
They would
They
have
told me
held
to
you
see
for
my
4 hours for no reason.
right.
Yeah, jeez.
So any test they would have run would have come back completely normal. And they would have told me to follow up with my primary care provider. So it saved me a trip. I went to see my primary care. He referred me to a neurologist. And then shortly thereafter, asked to be referred to an epileptologist, which I did, and it's been in management mode
That's
since then.
crazy.
Nice.
That's would be a good icebreaker for Tuesday, Pookie. Like, what's the shittiest medical situation that you've had with your
Talking too
epilepsy?
far ahead of
Like,
time. Some of the comments here. Got one that says, "Sorry for your loss. I have seizures when sleeping too. I know it's happening when it's happening, and usually wake up from them. My seizures are focal aware." Another comment here says, "My best friend passed away last night in her sleep. She had seizures, really
damn.
very rarely though. I came in here to find some answers, then saw your posts. Sorry for your loss." Another comment says, "My husband rolls me on my side and sprays me with nasalium. I truly don't know what would happen if I lived alone. Sorry about your friend. Might sound awful, but when I die, I pray it's while having a seizure because I don't remember anything until I wake up in the ambulance. I truly believe she felt nothing. Just my opinion."
That would be my suspicion as well.
Yeah, that's the
Living
easiest way
alone,
to go.
living alone makes you, I think I read 5 times more likely to die of SUDEP, which
Wow.
is very rare. You know, SUDEP in itself is very rare, but apparently me living by myself, I'm times more likely to die from that, mostly because there's nobody there. Like if it does go into status or I start choking or something like that, there's nobody here to do anything.
Mm. Yeah.
Because that's what, what Andrew would do is he would turn me on my side. I have, but I suppose that's a chance I'm willing to take to have my own place. So, which I'm
Well, you have
fortunate to
family
have.
near.
What?
So luckily you have family near.
I do. I have family close.
Mm.
And I mean, I do what I can to stay safe. I have cameras up and I stay in constant contact with my best friend and I don't know,
Mm.
do what you can do, one foot in front of the other.
Right. Don't let it stop you from doing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. This one says fall detection wearable that can't fall off. Would this help? Hey everyone, my name is Ashwin and I'm 17 years old, student building a GPS plus fall detection device that sits inside a shoe insole, originally for a child safety, but I've been thinking about whether this could help people manage epilepsy or how it works. Fall detection alerts a caregiver or a family member if there's a hard impact, no movement for 5 seconds. GPS location sent with alert can be customized. This person seems like they're trying to sell some stuff.
It seems like it does what my watch does.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like an Apple Watch, to be honest.
But in their shoe. I'm don't wear shoes very often, so
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't wear shoes until it's time to go outside. Yeah, it says I'm not selling anything as it is still in development, trying to understand if this solves the real problem. Thanks in advance. No, the real problem is the seizures. It's not going to stop me from having seizures. So,
and I would say having it on your foot would be less reliable than having it on your arm because I feel like that would give a lot of false readings just from running around doing things. I don't know.
yeah, not that kids aren't smart, but this person's 17, so remember that.
Yeah.
Uh, that is interesting, but not inside the house. If that's the only way to use that device, uh, yeah, an Apple Watch would take all that away. You don't need the shoes. Got that inside and outside. Um, oh,
Yeah.
finally. All right. Difference between regular deja vu and deja vu aura. I don't even know, but we can read the comments. It says, I've had deja vu a lot throughout my life, currently diagnosed with TLE. My problem is that I can never seem to tell whether or not deja vu is a seizure or just regular old deja vu. Just like most people without epilepsy seem to get ever so often. When it happens, the place I'm in feels familiar, like I've been there before, even if I haven't, or like I've seen it in a dream almost, and it's super duper fleeting. Other times when I'm doing something or having a conversation and I have to pause because I feel like I know what's about to happen, but I can't quite figure it out. It's always tripped me out, even as a kid. How do you even know if it's part of your seizure activity or if it's just normal deja vu? Unfortunately, I got diagnosed extremely late. I was 20 to 21, now 25, and I do not know a lot about my condition due to infrequent nature of my seizures and the fact that I have no insurance, LOL, yay America. But I've always been curious about this ever since my diagnosis. For more context, if this helps at all, my neuro said that I was seeing the neuro that I was seeing for a while thought I've been having seizures since I was a child, but they didn't progress into TCs until I became an adult. I've been having daydream type episodes. I literally feel like I'm in a different world when this happens, and deja vu occurrences for as long as I can remember. Um, the question was how do you even know if it's part of your seizure activity or just normal deja vu? Um, I don't have a deja vu memory that I can remember, just like not specifically deja vu. Uh, how do you know it's part of your seizure activity? That I don't know either. I think this would have been a good one for Toaster. She knows a lot about deja vus and auras and stuff.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't ever get those, so I don't know how to answer that.
we can read some comments here. One says, "This is me to the max. Can't explain it either, word for word." Another one says, "Is there a difference? I've wondered myself. Anyone can have a misfire." Another comment here says, "I struggle with the same thoughts and similar situation, diagnosed at 21. Unfortunately, I'm 34 now, not 25. Sometimes I get deja vu, but it only lasts a second and I don't feel hot, dizzy, or eyes out of focus. This might be bonkers, but I look at the phone. If I think I'm having one, if I'm having a true aura, my phone screen looks weird, foggy, and I'm unable to navigate using my phone. And for what it's worth, I have OCD and I overthink a lot about situations that may or may not happen sometimes. I wonder if that's why things feel familiar sometimes." We got some context and got that person's question answered, I think. Um, I think I already asked you about the nocturnal question. Okay. This one says seizure question mark. I originally I originally started searching in sleep paralysis, but before you write this off as possibly being unrelated, I'd like to ask some questions to those who are more familiar with this. Started off, I know for a fact that I'm prone to sleep paralysis, or at least was. That was a given. This usually occurs either when I'm going into or getting out of a nap. It feels like a weird limbo. I've been waking up with generally blurred sense of awareness, but aware still. My entire body is generally either stiff or unable to move, except I can move my legs and this feeling in my head. A faint buzzing that stays calm if you do not act, but grows intense if you do, unlike previous sleep paralysis experiences I had for one of the consistent. It is always these symptoms too normally. For sleep paralysis, in my experience, it feels like you attempt to move, you're trying to send a command, but there's nothing there. Whilst with this, when I try to send a command, it feels like there's nothing but noise and makes the brain buzzing the worst. One big thing I noticed is that this time that I tried moving my mouth and my jaw was clenched, which I do have issues with, but I was unable to unclench. I'm scared that this is not sleep paralysis, but some sort of seizure. I've been debating on seeing a doctor about it. Mostly money is the thing that is stopping me. Is this a seizure or is this not a seizure? I I don't know if it's a seizure because it can be because of the jaw clenching thing. Uh, some people say they get that, they get the jaw clenching and they can't move, but that doesn't mean all of them seizures are. So I would say it's possible. I had the sleep paralysis thing and it was just couldn't move, but I didn't get the jaw clenching. You could have woke up into a seizure. I mean, woke up during your seizure and now your jaw's clenched or whatever.
I
Mm.
haven't had any of that before, so I don't really have any input. I'm sorry.
Lucky you. There is one comment here and it says the body awareness stuff you're describing sounds like it could definitely be worth an EEG. Don't let anyone brush it off as just sleep paralysis. Yeah, go see a neurologist. Don't let anyone brush it off. Great advice. Um, anyone and everyone out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Um, and listen in. It says losing insurance. Hello, I got diagnosed at the beginning of this month with partial epilepsy. EEG on Wednesday to know for sure what type, and was prescribed Keppra, but I found out a week or two ago that I'm losing my health insurance and at the end of this month. Wow. And I have no idea what to do. Without insurance, I can't afford my meds, and I really wanted to discuss my neurologist about emergency meds due to how my seizures like to cluster together. But now I definitely won't be able to afford those, and I'm really scared, and I don't know what to do. Without insurance, I can't afford neurology appointments, and I'm basically just gonna be living with unmanaged epilepsy after the 31st. Anyways, to get to the point of this post, is there anything I can do, like resources or charities that can help with my situation? I know there's so many organizations that are for epilepsy, but I don't understand how they work, and I'm kind of freaking out. Not good when you have stress-induced seizures. Recently got diagnosed with epilepsy and losing health insurance at the end of March, and asking for things that could help. This was an old post 2 months ago. So yeah, I hope they didn't lose their insurance. They didn't say what state it was in, which I thought would have been helpful. I think they said I'm gonna have a problem with that health insurance thing next year, they said. So I'm preparing to have no medication. I've been putting money away because I know the 90-day amount that I usually get is $669. Yeah, I can figure that out like within the next few months. Put that amount of money away every 3 months.
The
But
retail
still, that's
cost of my meds is more than my income.
wow. Uh, wow. That would suck because you just be
Yeah,
constantly behind. Every time, just falling more and more behind.
just
Yeah,
Xcopri, I think, is over $1,000 a month.
Oh wow.
but yeah, I think
Uh,
that was the one that I was mentioning earlier. That was, at least for me at that time. This was several years ago, but it was, yeah, a little bit over 200. And yeah, I got my goddamn paycheck today. It was 225. I'm like, fuck you. Like, if I didn't ride my bike there, like, I'd be literally spending more in gas just to get there than what I make for an entire month. It's, yeah, it's ridiculous. But I guess that's what you get for working for a public school system these days, right? You get treated like shit and you
Everything's
get
just
paid
screwed.
nothing. Yeah. So, but it's better than zero. It's better than zero. So I guess I shouldn't be complaining. It is some extra few dollars to,
I'd take
buy
a couple
some.
extra $100. You can send
Yeah.
it to me if you don't want it.
yeah, if you
No,
don't
I'm
want it,
not
just let me
saying I
know.
don't want it. I'm
I'll
just
take it off your
saying
hands.
it's not enough. I mean, when I was working, I told you guys, I think before that, yeah, I was um, a service manager at a local bike shop here, and I've been doing that for years. And yeah, it was close to 3 grand a month. So going from that to two, it was 225 or 227. I don't know. It's here, but anyway, yeah, I'm
Better than
getting
zero.
literally less than a tenth of what I got before, and that's not doable.
Look at the bright side. You get to go to work.
Yeah,
Right.
A lot of people don't.
yeah, but also I have to ride my
Butts.
bike
Butt kill
3 miles each way, even when it's raining. So it's not exactly
You
the
got rain
greatest
gear, you've told
situation.
us.
But yeah, I'm just saying yeah, making less than a tenth of what I did just a few years ago is not fun. It sucks.
No, it's not fun.
But
Right.
yeah, like I said, better than nothing. I get to see people do some funny, silly things with, with kids, just have some fun, get a smile on my face for a bit. So yeah, it's all right, but it's not
I'm
what I
sure
was used to before. Yeah. So
you
it
get a laugh or two every day.
yeah, it's cool. It's them to get called Mr. Mustache Man, and I do some funny silly things with them. I mean that is greater than just sitting at home staring out my window or something, right? But
Right.
Yeah,
it
that
still
gets
could
old.
be it still
Depending
could
on
be
what kind
better.
of windows you got.
Yeah, it depends what your view is out that window, right?
Might have a good view. Might be worth it.
Yo,
Um, James, what do you do when your insurance is about to lapse and it's over with? You're losing everything. What do you do?
uh fortunately on Medi-Cal, so I have no copays.
Do
I'm super, super fortunate. I'm super lucky that I was, able to get on that and everything. But when I mentioned that super expensive med before, when I was having to, I was, like I said, I was making more at the bike shop that I was working at, so it was a bit different situation. But yeah, after that situation, trying to get that expensive med, I really looked into it more and tried to switch things and all that. And I I don't know what I do. I wasn't in a situation where like it lapsed or I was completely uncovered. I never had that situation, so I hadn't done anything specific related to that. But after I found out how much that medication was, like I said, I looked into my coverage and I tried to change it and tried to see what other things. I was freaking out for a minute because I was like, why the fuck is this one medication so expensive? Like, am I not covered? Like, did something change? Like, why is this one so expensive while my other stuff is like, 15, $20 a month? So I was freaking out for a bit. But luckily I didn't have like a serious or a super serious situation with it. It was just that one med that I guess what I was told is that it was new on the market, and so they were basically charging everybody a shit ton for it. I guess trying to recoup their, what do you want to call it? Their research fees into it or something. I don't know what you would call it. That's just my guess, but I don't see why one of my seizure meds would be like $20 a month, and then all of a sudden this one's over 200. Seems it seems like a money grab from the company or just something that was really, really off on it.
Hmm.
But yeah.
um, there's going to be some changes with Medi-Cal next year. Make sure you check that out. Medication might be more than you expect.
Like you were saying earlier, like everything is going up, so I wouldn't expect any less out of that.
Um, I got a post here. It says symptoms. Hey everybody. I don't think that was too enthusiastic as they probably writing it. Hey everybody. So I've had almost 2 seizures that I know so far in my life, and I'm 22. First one happened around 14 years old and one around 19 years old. This one was serious, puked my guts out when I woke up. I had an EEG done 2 or 3 times, but always turned out fine, and they're not too sure what happened. Hadn't had one again, but noticed during the days I was feels the brain. Okay. During the days, at times it feels the brain tweaks. Not sure how to explain it. It's not a bodily seizure, but more the brain feels like, in quote, running out, or in quote, stiff at times feels like a seizure would help to feel it normal again and relax me. He had also headaches at times that came up with not apparent reason. At work, I was coming daily, so needed a break a bit. Has anybody else experienced something similar and perhaps what led to it? I don't want to seem pessimistic, but anybody experienced this and turned out to be something serious? Let me know. No. I didn't.
That's fine.
And I'm kind of unsure what this person was asking. Oh,
It to me it sounded like they were, they said they had the two seizures, but they were asking if it's something serious.
yeah.
I guess because they had no results from their EEG, which I don't know. Hopefully they read about it or looked into it, but yeah, EEGs aren't the best exactly because it's only for a short bit of time. I've had two EEGs and they told me there was nothing off of it, out of it, and it was fine. But then when I did my EMU, I had three seizures that week, in that 5 days. So a half hour EEG isn't going to necessarily diagnose you. So it, I don't know. To that person, as I always say, you've had two I think they said within 3 years. I don't remember the exact dates. They said, sorry. But they've had two. So yeah, don't drive. Be careful how you're traveling around. Um, the EEG, like I said, isn't the most best determinant of everything that's going on. Just keep yourself safe and just watch out for if you're having others. If you have any more, just know that it's like full on epilepsy. I mean, honestly, to me, in my head, having two and that far apart, yeah, you have it. In my head, not a doctor, but just saying. um, so I feel like they should see a neurologist or an hepatologist, get, some other more in-depth tests done so they can see, I guess, how their condition is a little bit better than just having those, waking up at a hospital and not really getting much information out of it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm done with that rant. So anybody else had their info in? Yeah.
Need recommendation for good nighttime camera. After 10 years tonic-clonic free, I had a huge one this weekend. Blood all over my pillowcase and sore days later. Bummed about the reminder I need to be careful and want to know if I'm having smaller ones in my sleep and don't realize it. I do still have absent and focal aware near bedtime once every once or two a year. Anyone have a good sleep camera recommendation? I got, what is it called? Wise.
Wise. It's the
Yeah,
same one I've got.
it's good. Uh, that's all I can say, I guess. It's good. It works fine. If I need to check back and see what happened, can usually go there and check back and see what happened. Mark, what's the name brand of your camera?
Tapo, I think Tapo, Tapo. Just
Oh,
just like cheapo. I think it was $20 for two of them or something. I don't know.
Depot.
Yeah, I mean they work. They're fine. They can
No,
see
you made me
pretty.
laugh when you said cheapo.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean they're not any particular name brand that I'm familiar with. They're just kind of a Chinese uh no name company that I mean not that I'd heard of before, just seeing a random
gotcha.
like top one on Amazon. So
I go through these comments, and one here says, I bought a Tapo from Amazon, but it only records the movement. Not sure if it would catch the ones you're describing.
yeah.
Another
Yeah,
comment.
there's got to be enough of a dramatic shift in what it was looking at to trigger the recording. Otherwise, it's just gonna. I don't know if there's some that might have a setting that you could change to just record constantly so that you could look back and clip out something if you need it rather than making it motion activated, but that would end up needing a lot of storage space unless you're clearing it out every single day. So, um, yeah, that's definitely a limitation.
Yeah. And yeah, one more comment here says, it feels so crazy when it happens. Again, after so long, my longest stretch was 11 years, broke my 7 year streak a few weeks ago. I need to find a camera too. I can't say about a focal or absence, but I feel like I'd know if I had a tonic-clonic just by how my tongue feels when I wake up. I bite it every time. Sorry to hear that.
I always just kind of do a general assessment in the morning of how I feel, and if I'm suspicious in any way, I go back and check the camera and see if it recorded anything.
Yeah, I check my Fitbit and
Yeah, that too.
sleep the sleep recording and check the heart rate and see if the heart rate spiked at all at any point in time.
Yeah.
Um, mm,
um, Mark, do you have an Apple Watch?
no, just a Fitbit.
I'm gonna get one of those. Uh,
Mine's a Google Pixel.
Yeah, it's probably better to get
It's
a
got
Google
Fitbit.
Pixel. They got, yeah. Google bought Fitbit and then immediately started like dismantling Fitbit, making it less useful, and have just like in the past day or two completely done away with the Fitbit app, and now it's entirely all just Google Health. So,
Yep,
um,
I had that
might as
too.
well go for the full featured option. I kind of wish I did, but nah,
do you guys get calls from your phone service provider?
no.
Not typically.
No,
They're trying to call and trying to get me to upgrade my phone. Um, they already send me messages And now they call me at whatever store they think I'm near, which they think I'm near where my area code comes from, and I'm not. But they send me a message for a $4.99 phone. It's went down over the years. They started at I think like 120, like a year and a half ago. Then last year I checked it and they were like $60. A few months ago I checked it, $39.99. And then it went to $12 and I was like, might want to go get that. Now it's just $3.99. Can't beat that. They're trying to get rid of these phones. But I got something here. And it says ER visit for the first time. I went to the emergency room yesterday for the first time because of seizures. Apparently, I was having seizures with no recovery in between. I only remember waking up in the ambulance. I have had clusters of seizures before, but this is the first time I didn't recover in between them. Unfortunately, this visit didn't sway the doctors to thinking it may have been neurological, but I do agree that this would be a valid reason for me to get a second opinion. Also, these seizures look like a lot of memory away. Oh, took a lot of memory away. I don't remember Monday or Tuesday or this week. It's just gone. According to the doctors, epileptic seizures would cause people to be confused for a long time. I guess just being postictal for a while doesn't count. According to my brother, who has seen my more severe seizures and my postictal stage, he told me that I intensely suck my thumb and keep my thumb close to my mouth and sort of fidget with it. I am unresponsive and stare off, but my eyes are unfocused. If this happened yesterday, then of course I wouldn't be confused. I wasn't there to feel anything. As for seizures themselves, unfortunately, the witness were unfamiliar with seizures and didn't give the best description of it. I think it's good to have a support system around. It sounds like I had a focal motor seizure, motor tonic seizure that generalized, and then I seized 5 more times after that. Every seizure was short. So now I'm scared this could happen again and frustrated that it still seems like non-epileptic to the doctors. What do I do? Second opinion.
Try and get an EMU stay.
Yeah, definitely. If you're having seizures and you can't get them to say you have epilepsy, definitely. Second opinion. Don't wait forever. Get that taken care of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, do it sooner than I did. Like, damn, I can't believe I was having seizures for 2 decades and I had no clue about any an EMU. Like when I went and got mine, I only knew that was a thing like a couple months before. I was never suggested it. I was never told about it. It was just a shitty situation. I wish I would have got that done much earlier, and then maybe my meds would have been changed, or maybe something else would have been, different about it. But yeah, that wasn't. I felt like I should have known about it earlier.
I think all of us have that. I wish I would have known about something along the way. Whether it's, I wish I would have known to seek a second opinion. I wish I would have known to advocate for myself. I wish I would have known to, take better
Yeah,
notes. Everybody has a hindsight is 2020 type thing.
yeah, we always do, but I just feel like 2 decades and I was never told about it by another fucking doctor. Like I had a couple dozen seizures at there, multiple dozens of seizures, within that time from my first one, and nobody recommended me this procedure until earlier this year. That, like, your job is a doctor, you're supposed to be there and like help people or at least give them options. I don't know, I felt like somebody should have told me about, like, even told me about it. Like if it was my dumbass being like, oh no, I don't think I need that, I don't want to do it, then I would understand it's my fault. But I didn't even have that option because I was never told about that procedure. Like I said, I had like a few EEGs, so why wouldn't they tell me about other procedures? It was, yeah, it still ruffles my feathers a little bit.
You got something there? It says public transportation anxiety is brutal. Taking the train with my daughter and constantly worrying about having another episode while we're out together is absolutely terrible. The whole not being able to drive thing is bad enough, but this fear of being alone with her somewhere unfamiliar just makes everything so much harder. Anyone else deal with this kind of anxiety when traveling with family? No, I like being alone, so traveling with family is just a couple more bodies along for the trip. Um, yeah. Is your anxiety bad when you ride public transit? Um, when's the last time you guys took public transit? I know James is biking it, but
Never.
you've never
Yeah.
taken public transit?
But
There is no public
I've taken
transit here.
BART.
Oh,
I was gonna say I taken BART like pretty regularly, especially when the A's were still playing here in Oakland. I would take that to the games a lot. I've never been on a bus or a taxi. I've taken Uber like twice, just out of complete necessity. Um, but yeah, I haven't taken it much. Like you said, I either I ride my bike or get like a friend or family member to hitch a ride from, basically.
Yeah, you got to live in the city for there to be bus routes, and I don't live in the city, so I've
And
never
not
even
even
taken
and
an
not
Uber.
even every city. There's a lot of
Yeah,
cities that have very poor
You
um
don't have a horse or a wagon, Andrea?
no, I got a bike now though. So
I know. I'm being a dick because you said you lived in the middle of nowhere. I'm just fucking around.
I
uh,
took my bike to go buy this today.
Yeah, you said the grocery store, right? Or what type of
No,
store?
I went to the vape store to pick up some
Nice,
nicotine.
nice. That's more enjoyable than a gallon of milk or something, right?
I can't get to the grocery store because I'd have to cross a major highway, and I can't do that safely. So
Yeah.
no grocery
There's no
shopping
like
for me.
over or underpass for it or anything. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a dang.
Not yet. They're
That's a
supposed to be
bummer.
putting stuff in, but it's going to be a
Oh,
while.
okay. Yeah.
They got to get started first.
Yeah. Like a bunch of like, I don't know what you want to call it, a bunch of bullshit, and like the city council has to get passed and they actually have to
Oh,
start
it's
it.
all
So,
planned. It's all planned and approved. They're supposed to be starting it this summer, I think, but it's going to
oh,
take them
nice.
several years to complete it, I'm sure. So it's just going to be a
Dang,
shit
that
show
long?
of road construction for like the
Yeah.
next few years.
it's gonna be like that train that they're trying to get built out here. They've been doing for 30 years.
Oh god, the what's it called? The
That high
the
speed
super fast.
rail.
Yeah, there we go. I couldn't remember the name
They
of it
stopped working
specifically,
on
but
it for they stopped working on it for like years. It's still they're not working on it right now. They
yeah,
stopped
it's only like
years
it's like
ago.
half built and like nothing's running on it, and
You
then
see the
everybody's
rails and the tunnels
blaming
every now and then.
Newsom. Yeah,
Yeah, California's I don't know what they're doing with their money, but
It's a silly
not
place.
working on the rails. Um, Newsom, I don't know what's going on out there, but that's our governor for now.
yup. I mean, I'm for him versus most other, people that are running for it and stuff, but
I like Tom Steyer.
a lot of shit's kind of, yeah, not getting looked at or taken care of, I feel like, but I don't feel like that's any one person's specific fault. Like it's, funding or, full on like government funding, not just state funding. So I don't feel like it's any one person's fault, but I haven't really read too much about it except like quick site articles. So I might be way the hell off on that thing.
Uh, I got something here. It says,
Nice.
do you feel alone in your epilepsy journey? I'm a 27-year-old male. I'm an introvert who is slowly becoming more and more antisocial as time goes by. I have nearly daily impacts from my epilepsy, and I feel like no one understands and is too afraid to ask about it. I have a wife who I feel like is getting sick of me talking about it, and I'm too afraid to bring it up to others because I don't want them to think I'm constantly victimizing myself. I've seen therapists and they simply don't understand, so I feel like conversing about it with them is pointless. I can't drink, can't smoke weed, can't drive far. I feel like I'm losing my short term memory and cognitive functions. And I have to be careful going to sporting events or concerts, etc. And most of the time, I have to take a rescue drug. Life feels like it's moving on. It's moving on without me. And I'm so afraid I'm not sure what to do. Do you feel alone in your journey? This person is also asking for advice. At this point in my journey, no. My mother is invested, I'll say.
Mm.
Um,
I feel a
And
lot less alone since I found all of you.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. Basically, until finding the Reddit page and then getting on here with the chats and stuff, yeah, I don't know what the right word is, but other than alone, but
I was
yeah, just
seriously
kind of,
depressed and isolated.
yep. I just felt, yeah, in my own little bubble, other than, the couple of family members that, know about it. And now, yeah, I mean, that's why for me at least, there's a bunch of regulars that are on here obviously, but for me personally, yeah, I felt alone, and then now each week a couple times I get to you know talk to you guys. i I mean, yeah, whenever was it, a month ago when I had my EMU, I talked to you guys while I was in the hospital. I got home and it was a Friday and I knew the chat was going on, so I hopped on right away because I wanted to just say what's up to everybody and everything. And if it wasn't for that, I don't know who I would have, texted or called or really, really known. I mean, none of us have met each, or maybe a couple of you guys have, but not me. I haven't met any of you guys like in person, but I still feel like I can be more open and share more stuff with you guys than just than somebody I've known in person for a few years, because we talk about everything on here, like our high moments are sometimes literally high moments, but also our lowest moments, our worst moments, things like that. And it's because it's all in the name of medical stuff. And it's, yeah, I feel like I can be more open with some of you than people, like I said, like people I've known in person for several years.
Yeah, you guys are pretty cool people, if I say so myself.
We're all awesome. What are you talking about? We're not just
Yeah.
pretty cool, we're awesome.
Freaking man. Right now, you guys wouldn't understand when I say I'm so high right now.
Nice.
So, Mark, do you feel alone in your epilepsy journey?
No. No.
Got something here. It says vitamins may help focal seizures. That's my experience, but I may be wrong. I wanted to share my personal experience in case it can help others understand nutrients. Let me know if I'm wrong. And
Hold up the bottle. Hold up the bottle, Pookie.
yeah, this actually has,
Nature's made B12.
yeah, yeah. So I say do that, and they have a lot of stuff listed here. Magnesium, vitamin B12, omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin B6, and it says what they look like and what they can do. There's a lot to read on this one. Yeah, so magnesium, I'll read what they say, I guess, a little bit. Magnesium helps stabilize neurons and supports normal nerve signaling. Vitamin B12 supports nerve conduction and myelin health. Myelin.
It's like the
It's the
myelin.
sheathing coating around the nerve fibers.
Just wanted to make sure I was saying it right.
Yep.
Another one says omega-3 fatty acids, fish oil can reduce neural inflammation and help regulate neuron firing. Vitamin B6 appeared to help specifically with seizure clusters that occurred around PMS time. Yeah, you guys, there's a lot here. I read 4 though, so they're saying, do we think all these vitamins are good, and which ones can be good other than these? I say take the B12. I don't know anything about the other ones, so I can't suggest it. To each his own. Ask the people at CVS; they can help you. Hopefully.
Or I was gonna say, make sure they get like, if they do have like full on diagnosed epilepsy, make sure you get, I don't know what the word is, clearance or recommendation, whatever, like from their doctor. Like everybody has different things that it can affect their body, their mind. Like it sounds like they're taking a lot of different vitamins. I feel like they should, yeah, ask their doctor about it, because you never know if it's making it worse. I mean, I highly doubt it's making it, any worse, but at least ask, a medical professional about it, rather than just some randos on Reddit, right?
Right. I read some of these comments. One says, yes to all these. Magnesium and B6 have helped me so much. Reduce everything dramatically because I was deficient. I wish more doctors looked into this for me. They think the vitamin deficiency may be driving my seizures. Another comment here says, just to let you know, you have to be careful not to get too much B12. You can Google it to see what helps and what it says. Google to see what helps and what it says. There we go. My type of epilepsy, I think they meant to put type of epilepsy. My type of epilepsy field in Canada has me on a regimen that seems to be really helpful in reducing the numbers of severity of my seizures. Vitamin D, 1,000 units daily. Vitamin B, 100. Folic acid, 1 milligrams. If not included, magnesium glycinate, 400 milligrams a night. 2 milligrams of creatine scoop in water in the AM. What's creatine good for?
Muscles.
I was gonna say it sounds like something you take when you work out.
I think that's what most people use it for.
Okay. Does anyone else's make their language skills worse? This is a little long, but I tried to condense it. So I'm not
gonna call it a
dyslexic.
night. Actually, I gotta get something to eat. My stomach's grumbly. Did not realize it was as late as it is right now. But
Right behind
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Okay,
I
we
will
can
see
end
you
it
guys.
here.
Huh?
1 second. Thanks to everybody out there watching. Press that thumbs up button, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning if you guys come for the morning show.